Okay. Welcome, everyone, for today's council meeting, Thursday, December 7th, 2023, 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Alma Beltran,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Sabrina Rodriguez,
Present.
Councilmember Juanita Janie Molina,
Present.
Councilmember Diego Garza,
Present.
Councilmember Catherine Kathy Solorio,
Present.
City Clerk Garza, absent,
Absent.
Treasurer Michelle Lopez.
Okay, please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so, all right, we have presentations, and each person will have 5 minutes for their presentation. And that's 15 minutes in total. So there we go. We can start with the homeless in Parlier. Ben Tamez, you're first.
Yes, my name is Ben Thomas, and I am the president of the Homeless in Parlier Advocacy Group. But before I get into my presentation, I'd like some points of clarification, please. I would like to ask the city council members, why am I being limited to 5 minutes when I have seen other presentations here just last council meeting? The city planner, I think, spoke for about the better part of an hour. And all I'm requesting is 15 minutes.
We have to move the meeting along, and you're already taking 50 seconds. So you're actually taking more time away from yourself for the presentation. You're not going to have 50 minutes. I'm sorry.
Came in here.
So you can
came
move
in
on.
here barging
Thank
in,
you.
and you
Go ahead.
insulted me. You insulted me
Go ahead.
in a manner in which I have never been insulted at a public meeting.
Okay.
I am going to file a Fair Political
ahead.
Practices Commission complaint against you, and I am going to go to the chief of police because I feel that not only your intent was to intimidate me before my presentation, but you also attempted to discredit my presence here. I'm a human being, first of all. I'm a tax-paying citizen in this city for 65 years. And you have the audacity to come in, barging in.
Mr. Tamez, you're wasting your time.
I'm not
Explain.
wasting
You
it.
only
It's
have,
for a very,
you have a minute
it's
and
for
50
a very
seconds.
important purpose. I don't waste people's time
Okay.
or mine.
So
And I don't care if you're bored because I'm directing
Not
it directly
bored.
to
I'm
you.
just trying to
Well,
run a
then wake up and listen to what a citizen is trying to convey.
okay.
It's your fault because you should have never come in here barging that way and insulting me that way. Why do you roll your eyes?
I didn't barge in. I walked
Yes,
in.
you did. You came straight at me and you immediately told me that I wasn't going to be able to read these 3 case court laws that I have. This is the heart of my
Leave
presentation.
those here for us to read if you like, but we are not going to go over case law. We're going to go over what you're projecting to
You do not
introduce
dictate to
the
me. You
council.
do not dictate to me what I should go over or not. I am the speaker. You're not. You're supposed to listen to your community. Listen to public speakers. You do not, you do not badger your speakers. And I'm not about to let you badger me. Once again, to the city council members, I apologize to you for this circus that usually develops because of her misconduct. But with all respect and reverence to your positions, please hear me out. This is important because as trustees for the city, you are encumbered with protecting the city's financial interest. And because of all these things that have been happening because of your mayor's conduct, yes, we are going to go to consult with the American Civil Liberties Union, among other lawyers that have already been successful in suing the city of Fresno in the Kincaid versus Fresno case. So with that very, no, that time.
It is valid.
No, you're gonna start me
No.
now. No, you caused me to have to address you this way. Well, if you want your police chief to carry me out of here, he's gonna have to
I can
because,
adjourn the meeting.
well, you can do whatever you please. You're just adding to the problem.
It's not.
You are the problem. And you're adding to the problem. Let me begin by sharing with you, City Council, the Boise, the Robert Martin versus Boise case in Idaho. It has to do with the homeless and how they were being mistreated under the U.S. Constitution. In this 2018 decision in Martin versus Boise, it
Okay, your time is up. Thank you.
no,
Yes, it is.
no, it's not.
I
I'm just
gave
getting
everybody-
started. I'm
everybody
just
that's
getting
doing a
started. No, I'm not gonna give
5
you,
minutes is it's
I'm not gonna give you
15
the
minutes
privilege of
for the
insulting me. I'm not
presentation.
gonna give you the privilege of insulting
Neil?
me even further. You do not have that right. Yes.
Excuse me, Neil, when we have presenters, do we give them a time limit?
Yes, you can.
And if we did, why didn't we tell them before they came? Because I'm pretty sure if they would have known,
Typically give presentations a time limit.
okay.
But,
And
Yeah.
but it's going over
Because
case law
we-
that is not even relevant to
But
the city
doesn't
of
he have
Parlier.
a
That's
right?
none of your
wait, wait.
business, Mayor.
Doesn't he have a
My
right
business?
as a
Okay.
citizen to talk about what he wants? That's why he was put on the agenda. That's why the other presenters that are here were put on the agenda
that's my understanding.
to
He
give them the
was-
right to be able to
He was
talk.
put on the agenda for the specific purpose of being able to make his presentation.
Presentation about the homeless, not
And I-
case law,
I
about
think-
what happened in
You
Fresno.
don't tell me what to present, Mrs. Mayor. How many times do I have
I'm
to
the
remind
one that
you?
actually asked for you to go ahead and be on the agenda, Mr. Thomas. The thing
Attorney,
is
can
that
you
you
place
just
your
want to
mayor
take an hour
order?
on case law, and we're not doing that.
Then-
We're
You
not
don't
gonna do
set the
that.
laws.
Mayor, I think the objection on your part is him describing the case law,
Right.
which I think you are all familiar with.
Right.
And I think what you're going to describe is the Boise case and the line of decisions after that, all coming out of the Ninth Circuit.
I want this to be articulated publicly today, Mr. Attorney, because I want the minutes of this meeting to be recorded officially. Because I intend to use those same minutes for future legal action. So
Minutes
you
are
don't
not
tell me
verbatim.
either what I can present
Wasn't
or I
trying to tell
cannot
you.
present.
I wasn't trying to tell
Yes, you are. You're insinuating that I should not read the elements of these court cases. That's not your prerogative. You don't have that right. You may be an attorney, but you're violating my constitutional rights. I know the law.
As a council member, I do not know what he's trying to tell us, and I would like to get more information and hear from him. If he's allowed to talk, please. Thank you.
That has to do with other cities that have no jurisdiction to the city of Parlier. What I
Presentation,
tried
Mayor,
to-
would you
just a
please be
second.
quiet?
What I
Would you
tried to
please
do
be quiet?
is do what we have
I've got the
for the
podium.
city of Parlier.
You
When it
continue-
has to do with the city of Parlier,
robbed me
then
of my
that's what we'll
time.
do. But we're not gonna sit here and listen to case laws that have nothing to
That's
do
my
with the city.
prerogative. It's my
You can bring your
presentation.
information here and drop it off for the council to read
No,
if they
no.
like, but
No,
this
this
is
is
city
my
business only
presentation.
pertains to the city of Parlier.
Right, are we violating his
people at
right?
the same time. Say it
Are we violating his rights? Because he is, I mean, this was put on the agenda.
Here's my understanding of what we're doing. He was invited back here to be placed on the agenda so that he wouldn't be subject to the time limit.
No, I put him on the agenda so he can give us, if you would look at the other meeting, I said, so you can tell us what you want to see happen different in the city of Parlier pertaining to homeless, not to listen to case law. We're not here to listen to what is happening in Fresno, what happened in Visalia.
I haven't even
I
begun my
want us to have a
presentation. You're
discussion.
jumping the gun.
I want us to have a discussion so that we can have a some kind of communication of what you would like to see. Because telling me about case law, that's not a solution. That's not telling me what you want.
That's not for you to say.
That is not going to solve the problem with the homelessness here.
If there's anybody
if
out of
you're
order
wanting
in
to
this
work
room,
with the
it's the
city,
mayor.
Mr. Thomas, if you want to work with the city in regards to that with the homelessness,
You're not
then
allowing the process to take its course.
the case law is not going to help.
You're prohibiting
It
my
is
civil
his right.
rights.
I'm
think,
just trying to get.
and I don't
He wants
know,
an
but
hour. Listen,
He didn't
Neil,
say he wanted an
wants
hour.
an hour.
Not say he wanted an
50
hour.
what
I
do-
never
what-
said I wanted an hour. You're putting words in my mouth.
Then what? I
Wasting-
five
you're
minutes would have
wasting
been
time
enough.
of this
Think
city
you would have
council
finished by
meeting.
now.
He
There
said
would've
he,
been a
he
chance.
said he wanted 15 minutes.
That is
That
15
is
minutes
not-
for a presentation. It didn't even take 15 minutes for his presentation. That is the housing element that we had. And that's pertaining to state government. Okay? And you're wanting to go over case law that has no relevance to the city of
Tell
Parlier.
me what I can present or not.
can
You're just
present to the
repeating your
Parlier
same assertion.
what you would like to
You're
see,
out of
Mr.
order,
Thomas.
Mayor.
I'm
Okay.
not out of order.
You are way out of order.
Mr.
And
Ben
she's
Thomas?
violating my civil rights.
Mr.
And there's
Ben
an
Thomas.
attorney
Just,
present
can you please just stick to what
that
you
is
would like
going
to
to
see?
one day be deposed. He's going to be deposed
Stick to what you'd like to see
in an
and have that
official
discussion.
lawsuit against this city. Well, then if you would be quiet, then I could proceed.
The problem is that you keep going over. the
No,
same
your
thing.
problem
He
is that
hasn't
you
even had
keep
a chance to
repeating
talk.
your
He
same.
hasn't even had a chance to talk.
Mr.
He probably would've
Thomas,
finished with his presentation.
Mr. Thomas, with all due
able
respect,
to.
the attorney already told you that you asked for 15
Just-
minutes and it was fine, okay? Without interruptions from the mayor.
In his presentation, I believe, I don't know, but I would believe that he wants to point out the salient
That was not what
portion-
we discussed last time, though, Neil. It was not about case law.
But it doesn't matter what it is.
was
It's
that
his
well-defined.
right
I don't-
to
I don't
say
think
what he
any-
wants to say.
prohibited
Sonia,
from-
we had that discussion last meeting, and what we were planning to do with this presentation from him is what he would like to see different from the city of Parlier. Never the discussion about case law and talking about case law, because that is a waste of time.
That is
We
called
need to-
freedom of speech.
We have to be productive, and
That's
and
your
if you want
opinion,
to,
and
if
it's
you
way
want
off the
to have
mark.
a solution for the city of Parlier to be able
That
to
is your
address
personal opinion.
law is just. There's cases out there. We understand that. But
Sonia,
that's the difference.
You heard Neil say
understand-
15
The
minutes,
You don't
difference
okay?
because
understand.
You heard
case
difference
Neil
law.
say
is
15
because-
minutes. Give him his time.
Fresno receives funding, so does Visalia, and we had that discussion the last time. And this is
Why don't we simply hear the man out? So we don't have to have him come back again
then let him and
to another 15 minutes.
gosh.
Thank you.
Then that's it. Okay, go ahead and have that, and then whatever
Without interruptions,
our waste
please.
of our time here on
You're
case law.
wasting our time, Mayor.
No, you are, Mister,
You're
because
not-
of the fact that you're going over case law that is not
Ben,
relevant to what.
okay, they're gonna start the clock. Start. Nobody's gonna interfere you for 15 minutes.
Before
You
we
were
start,
granted,
then,
okay?
to be fair,
Okay.
before we start,
Okay, hold
I
on.
don't want to waste their time. So let's have them come up, because yours is going to take
No.
15 minutes.
No, I was
I-
here first,
Yes.
and I'm first
Because
on the
that's courtesy
agenda.
to them.
I was placed first on the agenda, and I'm present and ready. I was here early.
Yeah.
Just let them go on. Okay, I just didn't want to take your time because it's 15 minutes of your time. Okay?
Thank you.
There, okay. His first word.
15 minutes, he said. So let's do 15 minutes.
The homelessness situation in our city of Parlier is becoming almost to a crisis situation. The issue of public safety and public health care is becoming critically an issue. That's just for starters. Something that the city should be very concerned about. Communicable diseases, those types of things are extremely important to the citizens of Parlier. In order to combat the homelessness situation, you do not take skip loaders and go out there and pick up their tents and throw their personal belongings in dumpsters. That does not solve the problem. You do not kick people down the road like kicking a can. They're not going to go away. the problem is becoming more severe. Nationwide, this problem is just as bad. In the 2018 decision in Martin versus Boise, researchers attribute the primary cause of the entire situation to unaffordable housing and to mental health wellness issues, as well as drug addiction and alcohol addiction. We know what the factors are. In the case involving Martin, a group of fellow homeless residents in Boise sued, arguing that police citations they received for breaking local camping bans violated their constitutional rights. In 2018, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals agreed that prosecuting people for sleeping or camping on public property when they have no home or shelter to go violated the Eighth Amendment of the United States Constitution. So not only do you have the three case laws, but you also have the Eighth Amendment of the Constitution. The way homeless people have been treated here in Parlier falls under the cruel and unusual punishment of the Constitution. Therefore, the city of Parlier, by virtue of their law enforcement agencies, have committed that very severe violation of the law. Now, locally here, under the Kincaid versus City of Fresno case, same elements. The plaintiffs, or the attorneys for the plaintiffs, filed the lawsuit against Fresno because the Fresno homeless were being kicked around the city without the city finding a viable solution to the problem. The law further states in those three court cases that a city jurisdiction must, it's required, it's not an option. The city must have an alternative place for these homeless people to reside in. I realize that the mayor gets a little offended when I speak about tiny homes villages that have been already developed in cities like Fresno, Watsonville, Salinas. Visalia is going to have a ribbon cutting ceremony in April where they are going to open up a 100 units of tiny homes. This is a humane thing that the city of Parlier can explore. Arguments and differences of opinion, personal opinion, will get us nowhere. So then the Kincaid case caused the city to settle for a $2.4 million settlement. That comes out of taxpayers' pockets. And with that money, tiny homes were built and a portable restroom facility was purchased, several of them, by the city to take out to different areas of the city of Fresno where these suffering human beings can take a shower, can bathe. They opened up a soup kitchen where they can come and get a meal and some water. What's so difficult about that? And yes, we are a smaller city, 15,000 population roughly. Then that means we would build our units to scale if we used logistical thinking. And the end result of the Kincaid versus Fresno case is that the court is monitoring the city of Fresno, assuring that the court's orders be obeyed. The same thing is going to happen here in Parlier, because the times that I have come here, I receive this type of maltreatment from your leader, the mayor. The third case I wanted to present to you, because I want it to be a matter of record. Who's taking the minutes anyway? I want it to be a matter of record on the minutes, because
It's live stream, so it will be on a live
That-
stream.
that becomes the official document to record the fact that I placed the city of Parlier on notice, and I did it respectfully. I did it lawfully. I did it informatively. I'm trying to work with you, if you let me. But please don't try to shut me up, because I will not be quiet. We are advocating for human beings that are out there suffering right now in this cold weather, sleeping in raggedy tents, getting a meal from wherever they can scrape up a meal. The least I would expect from our city leaders would be cooperation and support, not antagonism and insults. That does not solve any problem, big or small. I will close by giving you also proper and respectful notice that we are pursuing a lawsuit. We have the plaintiffs ready, and we have the contact with the ACLU and several private attorneys that were involved with the Kincaid case in Fresno. So be ready. And that's all I have for tonight.
All right, thank you. So we can move on to the next person that's presenting, and that will be Eric. Rango?
Yes. Before I begin, I actually did not plan for a 5-minute presentation, but I'll try my best to keep it within that time limit.
Well,
You don't,
we try to make the meetings go on, because if not, then everybody's gonna want more than enough time that's really needed. We don't want to continue to have this meetings up to 12 till midnight, because that's happened before. So, thank you.
And then before I begin, I also sent some perfect. They're
warming up.
okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right. So while that loads, good evening, honorable mayor, city council members, city staff, and the community of Parlier. My name is Eric Rangel. I'm a project director with the California Health Collaborative, and joining me here tonight is my colleagues, also with the California Health Collaborative. They'll introduce themselves in a bit through the presentation, but we would like to thank you for allowing us to provide this presentation and information on our agency, the services that we provide to the youth of Parlier. The next slide, please.
I have a question for you. Have you guys changed your website, because it was saying it was closed?
Yes.
And only working remotely?
We were made aware of that, and we did
Yeah.
contact our CEO, and they're working on updating that as soon as possible.
Yeah, because I had called, and that's what the website,
Okay.
you know.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us know. So just a brief introduction. As I mentioned, my name is Eric Rangel. Our senior director of program services is Daisy Lopez, and I believe, Mayor, that's the person that you were in
Yes.
communication with. And then, as I mentioned, joining us here tonight, it's also
Hello, everyone. My name's Reagan Caldwell. You may have seen me around town, and I've worked as the DOJ project coordinator for the last year.
Hello, everyone. My name is Josen Zuniga. I'm a community health worker for California Health Collaborative, and it's nice to be here with you all today.
Next slide, please. For more background on our organization, we are a nonprofit organization committed to enhancing the life and health of all Californians throughout the state. We have a mission of changing lives by improving health and wellness. And next slide, please. Our agency is statewide, so we do have offices all across the state. However, our headquarters are in Fresno, and we also have offices in the neighboring communities of Visalia and Hanford. So we ensure that we're at least in the Tri-County region here in the Central Valley. Here in Parlier, we have over 25 years of youth development programming for the community of Parlier. And I'll go into detail, next slide please, about the different programs that have operated here in Parlier. So for the past 20 years, in the early 2000s to 2010, we had two programs, one of them being the Students Targeted for Opportunities for Prevention, or STOP for short. And we also had the Fresno County Rural Teen Pregnancy Prevention Program. These two programs essentially provided services to the students of Parlier schools, provided mentoring, health education, and all of those services were provided at no cost. Later in 2010 to 2020, we had additional two more programs, one of them being Performing Above the High and Lock It Up Project. Both of them were based on substance use prevention. Specifically, Performing Above the High was cannabis prevention program, and the Lock It Up Project was focused on prescription drug abuse in Fresno County. Next slide, please. We recognize and acknowledge that youth are fundamental to the programs that we are in and the services that we provide. Next slide, please. And so when we approach our work, we actually have two approaches that we implement, one of them being trauma-informed. We recognize that the youth we serve come from different walks of life. Our work on substance use prevention is based on understanding adverse childhood experiences and toxic stress, and these are the reasons why young people turn to substance use. We work to shift the perspective from what's wrong with you to what happened to you. Next slide, please. And then taking it a step further, the other approach is healing-centered. We also incorporate this approach that focuses on looking past the traumas of young people through culture, agency, relationships, meaning, and aspirations. Next slide. Earlier, I mentioned a few of the programs that were previously funded to provide services in Parlier. Currently, there are 3 existing programs that are providing services to the students of Parlier and are aimed to advance health equity and to promote public health policies. These programs prioritize access, safety, and support to green spaces, student wellness activities. I will touch briefly on each of the programs. Next slide, please. The first one is the Growing Resilience Through Outdoor Wellness Project that engages low socioeconomic status Latino youth from ages 12 to 18 from the cities of Parlier, Reedley, Orange Cove, and are focused in developing resiliency, nourishing self-esteem, and fostering connections among their peers through youth-led outdoor wellness activities. This program is funded through the California Natural Resources Agency. Next slide, please. And overall, the primary objectives of this program is to engage youth in the outdoors, provide them with opportunities to develop as leaders, and teach their peers about health and wellness through outdoor summits and nature. Next slide. Our interest in creating opportunities for youth to access and experience the outdoors through leadership stems from research that shows that positive outdoor experiences lead youth to appreciate the world around them, improve their mental health, and emotional and physical health, as well as lead them to build a sense of stewardship and care for their community and environment. Next slide. As I mentioned, the program does engage Parlier youth ages 12 to 18 with the intentional focus on recruiting youth to participate in the events who identify within the LGBTQIA population and foster youth. Next slide, please. Another important focus of the program is centering around youth as ambassadors. We work with high school youth from Parlier to serve as ambassadors that are tasked with planning activities, trips, and that engage their peers in outdoor activities. The youth ambassadors are paid a $300 stipend that is provided to them annually for their participation and support in the project. Next slide, please. And just to summarize for this program, to date, there have been over 100 Parlier youth that have visited the following locations. They've gone to Monterey Bay Aquarium, Morro Bay, Santa Barbara Beach, Pismo Beach, and they've engaged in kayaking, paddleboarding, anything fun that you could think of in the beach or in the forest, they have engaged in. Next slide, please. The next program I'll touch briefly on is the Regional Advocates Countering Tobacco Program. This is a program, as the name says, that focuses on tobacco prevention in the communities of Parlier, but overall in the Central Valley. The program focuses on reducing tobacco sales near youth-sensitive areas, which would include schools, parks, and any areas where youth congregate. Also a focus on tobacco-free outdoor recreational areas, and I do want to highlight that Parlier does have tobacco-free parks, so that's a big win for the community of Parlier. And then finally, the flavored and mentholated tobacco products, which was a big win also for public health through SB 793 that passed just last year. Next slide, please. This program, REACT, empowers young leaders by providing them with services to essentially become advocates for the community. In this picture, there is Parlier youth that visited the Capitol at our annual Youth Quest event. This is an event that is planned for all California youth to meet with their local legislators at the state level to have conversations about different tobacco issues that are happening in their own communities. And so they have the opportunity to travel to the state capitol, talk to their senators and legislators, and interact with them in a way that teaches them about leadership and care for their community. Next slide, please. So this is a video, but it will take more than 5 minutes, so I'll go ahead and skip this slide. It just highlights the Youth Leadership Summit, which is an annual camp that we do plan.
Thanks, Eric. So as we covered the GROW project as well as REACT, we also work in collaboration with the school district to provide the Parlier Youth Diversion Program, also known as Youth Rise, resources that inspire, support, and empower. Next slide, please. So as it's funded through the Department of Justice, we work with the school district to reduce tobacco-related suspensions through a youth diversion program, reduce youth tobacco use through evidence-based education and outreach activities, train school staff on tobacco education, and provide healing-centered resources, establish a multi-agency community task force, as well as working to improve signage at schools, and develop a tobacco product recycling program in the community. And as we may know, vaping is a large portion of the suspensions at Parlier High School, over 37% being related to possession or use of tobacco or other controlled substances on campus. And I will note that it's not just Parlier, it's also nationwide, it's at the state level, and this is impacting everyone in different ways. Our youth participants for the Youth Diversion Program are youth ages 12 to 18 who are at risk of suspension for possessing, smoking, or using tobacco on school grounds. So students participate in a 5-session opportunity after school, that's an hour and a half, and in doing so, they participate in restorative, healing-centered, and trauma-informed sessions that will enhance their student and community wellness. As we may know, it doesn't benefit young people taking them out of class and suspending them, since they're just gonna go home and kind of continue with that habit. So we're able to provide additional support through a trauma-informed lens, which Eric had mentioned briefly earlier. Next slide. And community engagement, we couldn't do it without everyone's support. So when we educate our teachers, school administrators, we also want to empower parents and ensure that their voice is at the table for community engagement. This picture, we had Office of Assembly Member Dr. Rambula come through for our Earth Day event that took place back in April. And so we were really excited to be able to partner also with Chief to provide some food for our community members and talk about how the tobacco industry impacts our environment. And as you may know, the community task force is still recruiting. We meet monthly. It's open to school staff, administrators, local organizations, community members, as well as youth advocates to ensure that everybody's voice is incorporated in our planning and ensuring that we're being proper stewards of the community's resources. Next slide. We also provided support to the city of Parlier to add new park signs that would create a healthier and safer environment for youth and their families. And we brought them today, so we'll give them to you, Sonia. They look amazing. We're really excited to be able to partner with you all. And as soon as the school signage goes up, it looks something very similar, but it's yellow. We'll come through with like a little example. Next slide. And you may have seen this on Manning. So the DOJ program worked collaboratively with Parlier High School youth to develop a media campaign that highlights the impact of peer pressure with substance use. So we were really excited to partner with NJROTC and Chief Killian to bring this to life. And next slide. All right, I'll pass it back to Eric.
And then I'll just close us off really quick with upcoming opportunities that we have in the works. This is next slide, please. This specific grant is an application that went forward. It's the Public Health and Safety Grant funded by Proposition 64 that focuses on youth prevention and early intervention on the topic of cannabis. This grant is specific for communities that have cannabis in their community in terms of the legalization. So the cool thing about this program is that it works on messaging to incorporate youth voices and families on identifying ways to prevent addiction, early intervention, while minimizing illness, injury, and other harms associated with substance use. Next slide, please. Just the focus of this program incorporates art and wellness, media advocacy, leadership development, and policy systems and environmental change. All these aspects are also present in some of the programs that we went over. So we do have experience with leading this. Parlier youth have been advocating for more opportunities like this. So we're very excited to continue bringing these resources into the community and making sure that the voices of the Parlier youth and families are represented through the work that is showcased throughout the community. And lastly, here's the contact information of several of our staff members. As I mentioned, Daisy Lopez is our Senior Director of Program Services, but we also listed other staff members that do work in Parlier and provide services to the schools, whether that's on campus, at different community events throughout the city. And we also included our social media accounts that detail a little bit more about the work that is happening from day to day in the communities, not only in Parlier, but across the Central Valley. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, can you send that to us?
Yes,
All right.
of course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the, and can you let Daisy know that I'll be reaching out to her probably by the beginning of the year?
Okay.
Okay?
The signs?
Right here, I'll take them.
The rest of them are in our car.
We'll bring them out.
That's
They were a
fine.
little heavy.
I want to thank you
Thank
guys
you.
for your presentation because I've seen you guys before. You guys brought the cigarette butts from the park and gave us a good presentation there too. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just want to say something real quick. I do want to apologize for the last meeting with the misinformation that was provided. Thank you for coming and clarifying what you do around town because I do see you. So thank you for coming out.
And whenever you want more information.
Yeah, the transparency is very important because, like I said, you know, the last time when I checked the website, it said you guys were closed. So that's not a good sign for us to be handing out 800,000 and the place is closed. So that's the reason why I'm glad that Daisy did reach out to me and that you guys are addressing that problem because it doesn't look good for us to collaborate with somebody that's actually saying that they're not working.
Yeah, that's true.
So thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you guys again. Thank Daisy for coming. I know she couldn't be here tonight, but tell her I said thank you. I'm glad she reached out to me as soon as I invited her to come and do the presentation for us. I felt it was really important for us to be able to, although I know Sabrina had talked a little bit about you guys being at the schools already, and I remember you already. And when the young girls came and did their presentations. So I really appreciate all the help that you're giving our youth here in our community, and hopefully we can keep working with you.
For sure.
Thank-
We have camp coming up in March, so we're looking forward to continuing.
Thank you. Thank you.
For this.
Yeah, and I also wanna apologize for the misinformation from last week. And, thank you for everything
Well-
that you guys do for Parlier. And, we hope to keep
And-
our
and-
collaboration,
Go ahead.
with you guys and keep moving forward.
And it wasn't misinformation. It was more of clarification because of the fact that, like I said, there's things that are on your website that says you're, right. So those questions are gonna come up because it's a $3 million grant. We're not just gonna go and hand out that money and,
So you
So-
can tell Daisy that we're aware, we know, we've been through it. You
So-
guys gave presentations before,
So-
so we recognize you guys.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's just what I wanted to say. It's not the misinformation, it was clarification. And we always want to make sure that we question things that don't seem right, okay? Thank you for everything that you do, though. Thank you.
We'll bring the signs right now.
Thank you. So Sonia, on the next presentation, can you just hand out the information that was going to be given from Javier? So, okay, so then we're going to table it for the next meeting and he'll update us then. Okay, thank you. Next, we move on to public comments. Anybody that would like to address the council at this time, that items that are not on the agenda may do so, and they have 3 minutes to speak. Is there anybody? Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jody Holman. I am the district manager for the Consolidated Mosquito Abatement District. Our office is actually right down the street here in the city of Parlier. I just wanted to take a brief opportunity to introduce myself to the city council and make a brief statement about our district and our trustees. We are an independent special district. We are empowered by the California Health and Safety Code, Section 2000, to provide relief from disease and nuisance mosquitoes. My district covers approximately 1,100 square miles, mostly in Fresno County, but we also have a small portion in Kings County, so we are a bi-county agency. We have an 11-member board with representatives from the county at large, the cities of Parlier, Fresno, Clovis, Kingsburg, Orange Cove, Selma, Reedley, Fowler, and Sanger. We do conduct an area-wide mosquito control program that services over 500,000 residents. Every month, our Board of Trustees meet to discuss and decide on matters placed before them. The day-to-day operations of the district are not a part of the trustees' role or responsibility. Our board packets can be found on our website, so any information about the action items or discussion items that are placed before our trustees can all be found there, as well as the outcome of those action items. Our board meetings are subject to the Brown Act, which I'm sure everybody in this room is familiar with. And so if there is genuine interest about the workings of our trustee, I would certainly encourage anybody to attend those meetings. They're open to the public, just as these are. Mostly because the items that get put before our trustees vary. They vary month to month, and they vary year to year. The other thing I just wanted to briefly mention is that if there are concerns that are brought to the city council, and we deal with this a lot, where residents will call into the city, the county, a variety of other agencies that have concerns about mosquitoes, we would ask that those get directed to the district. That's what we are there for. That is what we want to do. We want to have those communications, and we want to be able to provide that service to them. We also put out an annual report. If you were on the city council in May, you would have received one. If you didn't for any reason, please let me know. I'm happy to get one to you. We also have it up on our website. There's a lot of great summary information about what the district does year to year. Lastly, I am going to leave last month's board packet for the city council, just so you can get an idea of what goes before our trustees. Like I said, it varies. So the best way to really get an idea is to either attend our board meetings, or I'm always happy to come and give a presentation, whether it's on an action item or if it's on our program and services. We also have a science education coordinator that can come and give talks to a variety of groups. Doesn't have to be to city council. It can be to anybody. We go to homeowners associations. We go to small groups, anybody. We're happy to talk to them about mosquito control and the services that we provide. Lastly, I just want to thank Michelle for her service as a trustee. It is not always easy to find trustees to serve on our board that are willing to serve. And she got right on all the training that was required to be a member. So that is greatly appreciated. I also just wanted to briefly acknowledge and just say how much I appreciated both. Janie and Kathy actually stopped by our district several months ago because they happened to run into our science outreach coordinator that was doing an event in Reedley. We welcome either members of the public or our city councils. Again, we do work with a lot of different cities in Fresno County, and so we would welcome anybody to come and visit our district at any time.
Thank you so much for that, because, you know, I'm glad that Michelle asked you to be here to do this, well, not presentation, but at least to speak to the council, because I know that they were constantly asking her questions and pertaining to the mosquito abatement, and I wanted people to know that that is not what her duties are. The people that they need to address, or any concerns or anything that they need to know about, like you mentioned, about the mosquito abatement, would be staff. Because
Sure.
they are the ones that are the experts. They're the ones that can answer the questions that should be answered the correct way. Because if we're going to ask Michelle, I mean, Michelle's not going to have the information like you would have that information.
Yeah, it'll be very different. That's for
Right.
sure. It's much more limited. She's going to be able to talk about this
thank
kind
you
of
for
stuff.
being here. I did talk to Michelle about this. That I think it was very important, because I know that there was questions that were being asked of her the last time, and the only person that could actually address those questions or concerns would be with you.
Yeah, and I understand. I don't know if you guys know this, but the trustee that preceded Michelle, Joe Reyna, he was on our board of trustees for 48 years.
Yes.
Which
He
is
shared
incredible.
information also.
I'm sorry, what?
He was good in sharing information, being transparent.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not aware of how much he interacted. You know, most of the time when our trustees are approached by their cities, because you know it's very clear in the health and safety code that you know a trustee that serves on our board serves the interest of the residents in the community,
Exactly.
not to the interest of the council or board of trustees that appointed them. It's very
Yep.
clear in that language.
Yep.
But you know, for transparency's sake, with what happens in the district, that's always going to come best from staff. Just for what you guys decide on, you wouldn't appoint that to somebody else to speak on your behalf. But I just want to acknowledge Joe Reyna. 48 years is incredible, even in mosquito control. I mean, a little bit of a legend from the city of Parlier. So well done on that. I just wanted to acknowledge him.
I've been looking into your guys' website and stuff, and I saw how you guys are looking forward and fixing your landscaping there. Your new vehicles you guys are purchasing, awesome, great, and the sprayer you guys are getting. I mean, that's a lot of progress, because the community asks us, "What are you guys doing?" This is information right here for them.
Yeah, it's very limited though. You got to be very cautious about how you're communicating, because some of the equipment is very specific to landscape types. That's why if residents have questions, please
Send them your way.
Please send them our way. And actually, most of the time when people call in, they're not happy.
Oh,
They're
yeah,
upset.
yeah.
And so, and I've had my hand full of Parlier residents that were very displeased with the service that they provided from our district, and we want to address that. We can address that. You guys can address that. So
Thank you.
So please, definitely, and you guys can come to us too. Absolutely.
Yeah, but what I
anytime.
saw on the website right here was interesting, and it's a fact because you guys posted it.
Yeah, they're always
So,
posted.
yeah,
Exactly. All of our board meetings packets are posted.
So I wanted to share it with the community so they can know what you guys are doing and what you're up to.
Oh yeah,
Okay?
we appreciate that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. So is there any other, go ahead. Michelle?
My name is Humberto Gomez. Sorry, I'm sick of my throat. I've been talking a lot lately. What I was going to tell you is coming back to the homeless. I'm really upset over what happened to Ben. He has been, first of all, he was the one that swear in Alma, where she swear in that she was going to be the best mayor that we will ever have. And for me, she's the worst, because she doesn't have that what it takes to be a mayor. That's my own assessment. She doesn't let the people to talk. She will let people to talk up to 15 minutes, people, not presentations, if she wants to. Whoever she doesn't want to is going to be on the 3 minutes rule. Yeah, she has the power to increase that. That's what it says, the law, that she has the power to increase that. So I'm very embarrassed, Mayor, what you did to Ben and the way that you were conducting yourself. And I'm really hoping that you guys finally are going to take, she needs to be censored. She needs to be censored. Kathy was censored for it because she went like this to the staff. So, and it was a very heavy censor. If I had been Kathy, I would never have agreed to have a kind of censorship. But what I was going to talk is about the homeless too. Why we are requesting grants for the homeless when we're not acting on behalf of the homeless, that's one. Two, We got over $299 million that were put on the table by the governor because he wants to solve these problems. He's tired. But the communities are asking for grants, and they're not doing anything. It's only a few communities that are finally doing something because the fire is coming to their tail. So, you guys had to do that. Had to apply for more money. So we don't have no money, apply for more money, but be active. I think we got the old city hall. You're sitting there. I don't know what we got there. The one we used to be, I think he used to work there as a police officer by the bank, and unless you guys sold that one, it still belong to us. Yeah, that can be converted easily to help the homeless, especially on this time. I mean, we had to have heart. We had to really understand that those people are from Parlier. They're here. They're not as I will say it, as lucky as we are. And I've been homeless myself too, because I was making $5 a week when I was working with a farm workers union. So I had to ask for money. I had to ask where I will stay. And you can ask for my record. My record is there. So, I'm very sorry to Ben, and I apologize, Ben.
It's 3 minutes
because of
already.
what happened. And I'm really going to be asking you guys to censor the mayor because she's acting
Thank you.
totally outside of her character.
Humberto, it's already
Yeah,
3 minutes.
so-
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anybody else? Hi.
My name is Imelda Peña, and I have a concern on Mendocino between Mulberry and Tuolumne. Those plants that are in between the trees, they don't let us see the traffic that's coming or going.
Mendocino and
And it's dangerous, and if we could plant smaller plants, that'd be fine.
It goes to Tuolumne and then it comes into Mulberry and then it's Mendocino.
Oh, okay.
Right.
By the police station?
Or-
Is it really hard to see? I haven't been out there, so I don't
We
know.
may have to assess that for any impediments that impact and create a road hazard, so maybe we can have Javier
Ha-
assess it.
Or Sonia, can you look into that with your staff? Okay. Okay, they'll review it and have somebody out there on Monday? Or tomorrow? Tomorrow?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Imelda.
Is there anybody else? Okay. You have 3 minutes on this one, okay?
Thank you.
A while back, Sonia, you provided me with a copy of the standard agreement for the $133,000 grant money that the city received a year and 9 months ago, almost 10 months ago now. How is that money being used?
Do we have that money, or is it like a grant works where you spend the money first and then
It's a grant, it's a grant where you spend the money first.
So we don't have
We
that.
don't have it yet.
Yeah.
So
We
we,
haven't spent anything.
What have they done with that?
So
So-
what are the criteria that you have? I think you went over that with me, because I asked you that question the last time, and I asked you about what we can do. Kathy, please?
It's,
Um,
I'm explaining to
okay,
her
okay.
something, okay?
Well,
The clock has to stop when you're interrupting them.
so, what was it, the criteria that you can use, that grant for? Because we talked about it, about blankets and all that stuff, and you
it's
said
mainly
you can't.
yeah, it's mainly capital costs. You know, so a center that we can use. So,
Which we don't have.
which we don't have. So
It can't be utilized for anything else.
it can't be utilized for any of those smaller items, no.
Okay. Maybe if you can get him a copy of that, that way he can see what is actually in that document, because because I think some people think that we have, because you get a grant, you get the $130,000 and it's here. It doesn't work that way. You spend the money first from your general fund, and get reimbursed in the back end. And I've been talking about this with all the grants. So that money is not here. We don't have it here. It's you spend the money first and get reimbursed later. So she can provide you with that information once, tomorrow, if you have anything.
Sure, sure.
When I received this standard agreement copy, Councilman Molina was present in our meeting, and so was Chief Cerda. I specifically asked the question, what kind of grant money do you have available to service the homeless? And Ms. Hawkins specifically gave me this. See, this is why when we do communicate, especially in a formal meeting like the one we had, we need to be clear, accurate, and articulate in the information that is given. When I received this, I saw $133,000 available. No explanation was given like what has been
I
discussed.
explained to you that that money was initially going to be used for some
You said
tiny
that at the
home.
meeting as well, so I recall you saying that at the last meeting when he was here, asking that same
And so I
specific information.
initially said that they were going to be used for these tiny homes, but then we had determined that just wasn't enough money for that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
I think.
I'm not
think,
through yet. You took 2/3 of my time.
Okay,
Yeah.
another
You-
minute.
You took 2/3 of my time talking over there. Well, why are you nodding your head?
Go ahead, please,
I
just
didn't, I'm not making,
continue.
you can't
I'm
make
not gonna
these
debate
things
this.
up.
Go ahead.
You
Go
can't
ahead.
make these
Go ahead.
things up.
Go ahead, go ahead.
I'm speaking truth. Okay, so my follow-up question, Sonia, is what kind of monies are available?
Well, I had that conversation with you on the phone.
Yes.
And we do have to look at the Fresno Madera Continuum of Care. The money goes to them, and as a church, you'd be better set if you join the Continuum of Care and become a member there, and then you're able to work with them and find some ways to get money through them to serve the community here. And so I can work with you, once again, like I said, on the phone, help you get that established.
Thank you.
I think he wanted to know what we could do. That's what he said the last meeting, so, if you can sit down with him tomorrow, that would be great, so that way we can, they can move on and try to
Ben.
figure out what
Thank you,
they
Mr.
can do.
Thomas.
So is there
Mr.
anybody
Bur-
else that would like to address the council at this time? If not, then we can move on to the next item. And the next item will be, consent calendar. Is there anything in the consent calendar that anyone would like to pull at this time? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion to approve item 1, 2, and 3?
Motion.
Motion by Sabrina, do I, second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. And Bertha, you taking the? Okay. Okay, and now we have regular business. Sonia?
Yes, regular business, consideration and approval of Resolution 2023-53 for the scope of work proposed by Provost and Pritchard to include Community Development Director Services. And this is what we had discussed previously with regards to
Any questions?
Mr. O'Neill.
Hearing any questions from the, any from the public? Hearing none, do we have a motion to approve resolution number 2023-53, approving the scope of work proposed by Pritchard and Pritchard Consulting Group to include Community Development Director Services?
Motion.
Motion by Sabrina, second by Diego. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5 yes. Okay, we can move on to the next item, Sonia.
Go ahead, Neil.
This is just the second reading, public hearing, and adoption of ordinance number 2023-03, which is the ordinance that changed section 2.04.012 of your municipal code, which set the compensation, what we commonly call the stipend, for city council members and others that are elected officials. And it just reduces it down to 5.
Public hearing is now open. Anybody from the public? Hearing none, this public hearing is now closed. I opened it
Yes, you open it
and I
close
closed it because I said public hearing, come on.
I only got a question. I know that the mayor goes to Fresno and to 2 or 3 meetings, and those meetings are, she's getting compensation for those meetings, for attending those meetings. I don't know what it says here that we're supposed to pay her per diem also to travel to Fresno. That's going to be my only question that I will have. I don't think she should be paid any compensation whatsoever because she's getting paid to attend those meetings.
There's no per diem on there. Is there a per diem on there?
I don't know.
No, there isn't.
No,
I don't
that's-
know what you're.
I don't know, Mayor. That's
So
what I'm
then,
saying.
I believe
Did-
are you talking about?
it's a
cost?
stipend.
Compensation from, well, stipend, whatever you call it, that the city's paying for you to attend those meetings. Those meetings,
No.
you're getting paid to attend those meetings, so therefore, the city should not be paying any penny
So what you're
for
saying
travel
is that I don't
expenses.
get paid and everybody else does, and they attend 2 meetings.
Know that, Mayor. I'm
That's
just
what-
saying you getting paid.
About the
I'm
per
saying that
diem.
you're getting paid.
That's
Okay,
You're
then-
getting
then
paid
you-
and you should not be paid for those
He's
meetings.
talking about per diem.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is that has nothing to do with what you're saying here. This is
know.
a stipend. You're talking about per diem. Those are 2 different things.
What are the other things?
Okay, so, thank you.
2 different things. The,
Yeah.
the public hearing is for the salary, the stipend.
Yeah, thank you.
Establishing what?
The stipend, the
Just the
amount.
regular
Wait,
salary.
That's what I'm saying. You want to establish the stipend or whatever you want to call it. I'm just saying that the mayor should not be giving any stipend when she goes to those meetings
This-
and she's getting
This is for
This is
these
the monthly.
meetings.
This is the
That
monthly
is for
stipend.
this meetings.
These
That,
are-
So she
That's
won't
the
get, she
Oh,
won't,
okay, I'm sorry.
yeah, she won't get
that's why
paid the per
one-
diem.
Yeah, a stipend is different, but it's the same for me.
the stipend that you're talking about
He's talking
is
about the per,
only for the city of Parlier. What happens with other boards have nothing to do with us here, as far as stipends go. So, thank you. Now, is there anybody else? Hearing none, public hearing is now closed. Do I have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Motion by Diego, do I have a second?
Second.
Sabrina, all those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries 5 yes. Thank you, and we can move on to item number 6. Thank you.
oh, item number 6, issuance of Proposition 218 compliant notice for City of Parlier sewer and refuse rate increases. A presentation will be provided by Dan Bergman of IGS.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. It's good to be back here in Parlier. I've been doing your rates for several years. I did the refuse and sewer rates in 2019, a little over 5 years ago, and the water rates in 2021. So I'm very familiar with your enterprise funds. So when we talk about the city's enterprise funds, they're the businesses that are operating within the city. So they're not funded by taxes, they're funded by rates. And so the city's responsibility is to manage costs reasonably and to set rates reasonably, to set rates so they cover cost within each of the enterprises. Refuse rates for refuse, sewer rates for sewer, and of course water for water. So the purpose tonight is not to approve a rate change, but to ask you for your support, City Council, to issue a rate increase notice. And that's important because if you didn't support issuing the notice, we wouldn't want to send one out. A notice needs to be sent out, required by California law, at least 45 days before the hearing. So in the schedule, you'll see a hearing that's in February, and the notice would need to go out by the end of December to meet the 45 days. The purpose tonight, then, is to talk to you about the rates and how they have been set, the revenue that is needed to cover cost, and again, to look for your support to issue the notice. If a city staff wanted to, they could just send out the notice. It doesn't require city council approval. Well, that would be kind of foolish, because if you didn't agree with it, it wouldn't go anywhere anyway. So, with that, I also want to say, with regard to refuse, I'm talking about refuse and sewer. Before I forget, Joe Heisdorf is here, the Chief Financial Officer for Mid-Valley, and I know you've met him before. To the extent you have questions about refuse, you can ask him directly. So now to move through the slides, what's the next one? I mentioned that the last study was done in 2018. The rates went into place in 2019. And this just summarizes the main changes. Sewer rates, do you mind, could you leave half the lights on? We can still see it. Yeah, that's good. Is that okay? Yes, you can see it, right? It just gets so dark. So the sewer rate adjustments are minor. It's basically just for some cost of service adjustments to make the rates fit the customer classes and inflation. The rates that were done for the last study worked well through the study, which is great. For refuse rates, in addition to inflation and cost of service adjustments, there's adjustments for the organics compliance that I know that Joe and whoever has been here from Mid-Valley has talked to you about. So that's what it's about. And now to go into some of the detail on the next slide. So for sewer, like I mentioned, the overall revenue looking back has been adequate. What I'm showing for revenue needs going forward is 3% annual increases, basically to keep up with inflation. And one of the things I want to highlight that I've included for both sewer and refuse is a cost component for unpaid bills, which is important because when people don't pay their bills, you have to somehow cover that cost. And in this case, it's 5% on the sewer side. If you go to the next slide, you can see the table, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but to show you the level of detail that goes into figuring this out. And in this case, I have the benefit of having done the last study, but I start in the column on the left with audited information for 2022, unaudited for 2023, revenue on the top, expense components on the bottom, a little bit of debt for sewer, and then across to the projections. And the name of the game, if you will, is to adjust the increases so that the cash at the end of the year is healthy. And in this case, the way increases have been set is to move the cash balance, which is cash available for projects, because there's no project line item for expenses, but the system's old, it will be needing attention, and it moves upward about $1 million over 5 years. And that money can be available for projects. So that's on the revenue level. To talk next about the rate level on the next slide. So in this case, I've done fine-tuning to achieve equity between the different rate classes so that we're charging sewer rates in proportion to what it costs to serve. And so over the 5-year period, single-family rates are increasing 4%. It's $1.58 per month in the first year. It's not very much. Multifamily 1%, commercial rates are held constant, schools are at 4%, and industrial is at 3%, so it's minor. The next slide is the rate table. And this is the table that would be attached, one of the two rate tables, to the notice that goes out to customers so they can see. And it shows rates over the next 5 years, the specific rates that will be charged. And that is sewer. Oh, I think I have a comparison chart if you go one more. Yeah, this shows for single family, Parlier present, Parlier proposed. It's just a small shift, just a little bit above Sanger. I did the rate study for Sanger just a few months ago. Yes.
So I know that we've had this discussion about delinquent accounts.
Yes.
And this this question came up several times before, where the rates go up because of the delinquent accounts, which puts us in the negative, which I know that there was about, I think one time our last finance director mentioned there was almost like 500,000, somewhere around that amount of delinquent accounts. And this is not just from 1 year, it's like carried over from multiple years. So my question is that this rate study is to increase the amount, and the ones that are current is the ones that are gonna have to pay the difference?
That is correct. That's the way it works with.
Well, I just don't, and I know you're doing your job, okay? I told you I was gonna be nice to you, I am, I'm trying to. It's just that I don't see the fairness, you know, and a lot of people get upset because there's accounts that are delinquent and there's renters that have, well, landlords that have renters that don't pay their bill, and then they leave, and then they come and complain that why did the city allow them to leave and not go after the renter, which we've had this discussion before, and we mentioned the fact that landlords are the ones that should be responsible for their properties. And I don't feel that it's right for us to go after the ones that are paying, because there's people out there that are refusing to pay. And I know that with the state law, with COVID, where we were not able to shut off, and it just was accumulating, their bills were accumulating, and it was just adding on, and we couldn't shut them off. So that's not the city staff's fault. It's not anybody's fault other than the ones that refused to pay and left the property and left a outstanding bill. So I get that the city has to recover the losses, but I don't know if there's a way we can figure something out where we can go after the ones that are delinquent, and where those landlords need to hold their renters accountable and not have to rely on the city to be the collector, because we shouldn't be doing that either. So that was just my question, because I kind of remember that this was brought up, I think the last time you brought this presentation as well, when we did another study. So this is why I also voted against this study, because I don't know if you recall, I wasn't supporting this study, not because of you doing it or anything like that. It's just because it's to increase on our residents. And I feel that it's already rough enough for them out there right now, for us to go after them again. And because there's people out there that are refusing to pay.
Those are good comments. I can respond, but.
Well, I said just go ahead and explain to her, because I have another 2 questions I have to ask you.
So, to the extent city staff can do a better job with collections, the money the component that's put in rates can go to projects. But the other good news is my last slide, which I'll tell you about now. Talking to Sonia earlier today, the state government is extending the arrearage program, so the city can collect 18 additional months. It's June of 21 through December of 22 of unpaid utility bills for water and sewer. So all of that amount that wasn't paid, the state will reimburse you. It's federal money that's coming through the state. So that's a very good thing, and I get to support.
And I know that she mentioned that because there was some that were coming already because of, again, renters that have done that, and then we couldn't do anything about it as far as the landlord, before we had it to where the landlord didn't have their name on the bill because they couldn't inquire about that bill because their name was not on the bill itself. So it was a big old thing that happened, 2 years ago, I think it was. So I get what you're saying, that staff do a better at collecting, but I don't see how they could if the law didn't allow them to collect, because there's a process, right, Neil, that we have to follow in order for us to try to collect. And I know that it has really nothing to do with you, but because I know there's residents that are listening, they're going to be like, why are we paying more? And that's all they're going to hear. Is they're not going to care about people being delinquent or what we have to do to be not in the red anymore. They're just going to know what's going to have to come out of their pocket. And I don't want them to feel like I said, this is why I was not supportive of an increase, at least not yet, because we have to figure out a way to collect. But go ahead, Neil, as far as the process.
But as far as collecting from people that are tenants, our effort over the past couple of years was to make sure all of these bills are in the name of the landlord rather than the tenant, in which case you can, at the end of the year, simply place them on the tax rolls and you get paid by that. And that's really the preferable way of collecting, because what you typically have is a tenant that just moves on, leaves the bill. Since it's not in the landlord's name, you can't collect from the landlord.
No.
You can't find the tenant typically.
Right. So, and you were going to say the next slide was going to explain something more about that, or the last slide?
The last slide.
Okay, then
But
I'll just wait for that. Go ahead.
Well, going back to, I very purposely put a line item in to account for unpaid bills. They've always been there, and they've always been paid for, and they've always been paid for from within each enterprise. I'm just highlighting it. And, for the residents out there that are thinking, it's not fair. Why am I paying for somebody else who's not paying their bill?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the answer to that is, okay, city council and staff, you all need to be doing the best job you can, as diplomatically as you can, to get people to pay.
And that's where I wanted Neil to explain that, because people need to understand that it's not, because the reason I'm going over this, because why don't you just get them to pay? Why isn't the city doing a better job in collecting? And they don't understand that there is an actual bill that we have to go through this extensive process to be able to go after them. It's not like you just shut their water off. We can't even shut their water off until they go through that process.
Well, we're talking about sewer and.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Well, the reason though.
Not water, and
but
the extensive process you're talking about is applicable only to water. You can't shut somebody off without.
But it's all connected with the whole entire bill. So if you don't pay your bill, it's all garbage, sewer, water is
right.
all.
So it's
all not separated like
the same bill.
Yeah. So if you don't pay your water bill, that's why it's utility bill, I'm sorry. But when they don't pay their utility bill, it's everything. So you can't still shut them off, because more than likely they will come and pay that utility bill if you shut them off, which includes sewer and garbage.
It's true. And one thing I have the privilege now of doing, since I'll be doing the arrearage calculation, is I'm going to be able to see very clearly what's going on, the trends. And I just want to say one more thing. Working with staff today, one of your staff members, who sits across from Janet over there? Mary. She's got all kinds of tables and tracking for calling people who are not paying and getting them on payment programs. So city staff is working
really hard.
She's very proud of her. And it's like, yeah, go.
Yeah, they do. They're trying their best, and it doesn't help that the laws don't help them be able to make sure that they do get that money that's owed to the city, because they can only do what is allowed. And like I mentioned with that bill, that doesn't actually allow them to just shut off if they're delinquent.
Well, and it's even more problematic when you're talking about refuse service, because if you shut them off, what you get is a lot of debris in the front yard or the backyard, and which is a health hazard.
Yeah.
So
it's really not good. There's not much of a solution, but I guess we can just.
Yes,
try.
I have two questions, as a matter of fact. But the first one is, if Sonia can answer this, is our sewer in a deficit? Is it in the red?
No, it is not.
It's
The
not,
sewer fund
okay.
is-
My second question is, knowing that it's hard for our constituents or people here do they have the authority? Can they come up and vote on this or give their suggestions on, hey, we're barely
today.
making it. I mean, they can have a word in this, right? A say in this.
That's the process we're triggering.
Okay.
That's what the Prop
Happens is you issue a
218
notice,
process.
and you tell them what the rates are currently. You tell them what you're raising them to. You tell them why you're raising to that level. And then they have an opportunity to come in at or before the time of a public hearing. And if they can submit written protests, if you receive written protests that exceed 50%, you can't raise the rate.
50% of the population of Parlier, you're saying?
Of our
50% of the rate
Right, of our
payers.
billing. Okay. And how about those people that are illiterate or like that and that cannot write?
Well, if they can write in Spanish, that's fine,
mean-
but it technically does require a written protest to be a valid protest, because we need to examine who this
statistics.
person's address is, what service we're providing them, in order for it to be a valid protest.
So then that would be the residents also that are not delinquent and the ones that are delinquent. They can all come in, right?
Yeah, anybody who's a ratepayer.
Yeah.
For the rates that we're talking about, which is sewer and refuse, anybody who is a ratepayer can register a written protest, and if you're illiterate, you can hopefully find somebody to help you do that. But anybody can do that as long as they're a ratepayer.
Well, that would be good for people on live stream to start talking to your neighbors and your family and everything and bring them in here so they won't raise your sewer rate. That's all you got to do. Pass the word around. Thank you.
Go ahead and then just finish up I know, go ahead.
Let's move out of the sewer and into the garbage. So garbage. I couldn't resist. So where sewer revenue and the fund balance has been positive, with refuse, the revenue hasn't been adequate, and there's a slight negative, but just a small negative as far as the cash is concerned. So the sewer enterprise owes a little bit of money to the other funds, and that is tracked. The sewer enterprise has to pay it back. So in October of 22, there was a 10% increase approximately, and then 10% increase in rates. And then in July of 23, this past July, Mid-Valley's consumer price index increase was 5.6. Inflation has been running high, right? And so considering what's been done and the CPI increase and the revenue worksheet that you're about to see, it's an 8% additional increase, then 4% increases thereafter. That's what I projected. Now, refuse is different than sewer. With refuse, the increase that comes every year is based on Mid-Valley's CPI. And what you see in the rate table after the initial increase for refuse is just a reference to the CPI increase, whatever it is, over the 5-year planning period, or over the next 4 years. In this one, I included 3% cost for unpaid bills, and the cash balance is moving from negative toward positive, and you can see that in the next slide. So there's the 8% on top, followed by the 4% numbers. The big ticket item there are the contractual services, which is Mid-Valley. And you can see cash is minus 87 and 25, minus 87,000, and it's negative all the way across, but it's less negative. Whereas each year there's a little bit of positive cash flow. 15,800 in 2025, 19,500 in the last year in 2029. So that 4% revenue increase assumes the CPI for Mid-Valley would be around 4%. It'll be whatever it is. Next slide. So in this case, when Mid-Valley provided the city its SB 1383 rate, three rates, 1383 or 2? Joe, am I getting 1383, right. The Mid-Valley's fees differed a lot from what they used to be. So when I did the rate resetting, I figured out how much money the city needed to cover its administrative costs and applied that directly to Mid-Valley's fees. So it's directly proportional to Mid-Valley's fees. And the answer was 26%. So all of the city's rates are now set 26% above Mid-Valley's fees. That causes single family to increase 17.5%, $4.60 a month, and all the other rates range up and down. You can see it in the rate table. And one thing about this, because of the CPI issue with Mid-Valley, the 8% includes the anticipated Mid-Valley increase next summer. So the next refuse increase isn't until July of 2025. It's over a year away. Next slide. So these are the rates, and there's a lot of them, but the main one is on top, the standard 3-cart service for single family. And the next slide shows the rest of the rates, and the footnote at the bottom making reference to the CPI increase. Next slide. Oops, next slide. There's the bar chart that shows where Parlier is versus Parlier proposed. Staying pretty much in the middle. Next slide. Oh, in my past presentations here at Parlier, you had asked for this, city council members had asked for this. I actually use this in all the cities where I work now, but it shows all the utilities together. And in this case, it shows them going back because I did this for the water rate study. So you can see the three combined, water on the bottom, sewer, and then garbage on top. The water is for a customer using 10,000 gallons in Parlier. That's a median customer, more of a summer number, really. So that shows the total utility bill over the next several years. Next slide. I already talked about the Arrearage program. That is a gift to the city to cover 18 months of unpaid bills. Those applications are due by the end of the month, and I'm going to work with staff to make sure that gets done. I think that's it. Is it? Next slide. Next steps. I already mentioned the notice would need to go out by December 31st. City Council, if you support issuing the notice. The rate hearing could be February 22nd at your regularly scheduled meeting. And then rates, the new rates could go into place on March 1st. Next.
That's if it goes through.
Yes.
If it goes through.
If. Thank
I'm
you.
sure everybody in live stream heard that one. They're all going to show up.
Yeah.
I hope.
Well, this is why I know. Sorry to put you in the spot. I didn't vote for this study to happen because I don't think that our residents after COVID are ready for this. So when your proposal to do this, because this is your job, this is what you do, and you're just doing your job and presenting to the council what we need to do to fix the issues with internal issues with our funds, right? But when that was placed on the agenda for the council to approve then, I was the only one that voted no against it for your contract. Now, because I don't want you here helping us out, but it's because, of course, I didn't think it was time yet because of COVID. Not because we don't want to pay Mid-Valley and we don't want to pay anybody. It's just after COVID, a lot of people are still struggling right now. There's people that are possibly, you know, like they mentioned, homeless, you know. And I know that, you know, we have to make sure that we fix the internal problem. But I think, again, if we would work on collecting on the ones that are delinquent, we wouldn't have to make sure that the ones that are paying pay more.
You know, one response I could offer to you is the 218 notices tells everyone the ceiling at which you can increase rate over the next 5 years in this case. To the extent the city could do a better job with unpaid bills, you could see that your enterprise funds are doing better than you thought, and in the next year, you could vote to do a lesser increase. That would be one form of sort of not compensation, but consideration, I guess, if you did better.
Yeah, and you know, and you're just trying to provide the solution for us to work on and make sure that we have those revenue here. But I don't know. Is there any comments? Because I'm going to open it up. Is it a public hearing? Okay. Open it up to the public, so we can start with council first this way, and then go to the public. Were you going to say something, Neil?
No, I was just watching.
Okay. Go ahead, Janie.
Okay. I think that your study is really important to the city, because as a resident, I would like to know what's going to happen 5 years from now, instead of finding out that at that when it's already done. Also think it's very important what Kathy was saying about our residents. They need to step up and voice their opinion. Is this something that they feel that, yeah, we should keep doing? And trying to, I heard that about trying to get everybody to pay
their fair
especially people that are renters, because we have been having that problem where now that it's with the homeowners, the renters, that scared me. The renters apparently don't worry about having to pay their bills, because if they don't pay it, the homeowner has to pay it. So I think there's some issues there that might have to be addressed. And this study was supposed to have been done last year. Am I correct?
Yes, when our Mid-Valley rates went up, we needed to
do the studies last year.
Yes.
Why weren't the studies done last year?
I to my conclusion, I came because it was election time, and you don't want to throw something out there to the people when it's time for the elections. That's what I came to.
I'm sorry,
that was my
I'm asking 'cause
conclusion.
I'm new. I just started council this year. That's why I'm asking.
I'm still against it, and
That's
that's
why I'm
not my
asking.
election year either.
Yeah, because I mean, I know it was mentioned to me that the study should have been done last year. And then I was reading where it went from, like, was it 3% and then went to 10%? Is that correct?
It's Mid-Valley. The rates are going up on us. And so they're going up on us, and we're paying more, but we're getting less for the services. So
And that's understandable with Mid-Valley, because you did the presentation here as far as what was going to happen, and this is coming from the state. So that is not, I'm not questioning that at all. My still concern is because there's people that are not paying for their utility bill, which includes, of course, you know, the garbage and sewer and water. It's all together. It's not separate. So to me, my concern is, and like I have been saying, and I'm still not supportive, and not because of if it needs to happen, well, then so be it. But I'm not supportive because it shouldn't be that the people that are paying be the ones to have to pay for the ones that are not. So that's why I did not approve the contract to do this study at that time. And I was not supportive of the increase the last time, but we knew we had to do it because this is coming from the state for the garbage. We had no choice. That's something that everybody has to do. Has nothing to do with people not paying. It has to do with the changes that the state made on how to process the garbage. So that's way different. And but the other two, which is mainly our water, because I don't know which one's higher. I don't know which one's higher, if it's the water or the sewer that's higher. But you know, the more we keep tacking it up higher and higher.
biggest concern, though, is the refuse. It's the garbage. That's my biggest
Yeah,
concern.
and I get that, and I know
I don't
we
think
have
I've
to do that,
finished,
but is
but-
there any way we can, I guess, look into it as just the garbage
Of course, we can do just the garbage,
and not
right?
sewer and water?
Oh, we're looking at water at all.
Yeah, that's
There's
what
sewer
I
on
thought,
here.
I thought we're talking about garbage.
I saw
water.
sewer on here. Is it sewer?
I thought we were talking about garbage right now, which is Mid Valley, correct?
Then why is it on here?
It's garbage and sewer.
Exactly.
Garbage and sewer.
Yes.
Yes,
not
but not the
water,
water.
but not
But
water.
not water.
That's why I'm saying I saw sewer on here. So either way, it's all it's a utility bill. So is there a way we can just do the actual garbage alone and not the sewer? Because I don't think that we're even in the red in the sewer.
Like maybe break it in 3 categories?
Two.
One,
Well, City Council, that's authority that you have. My role was to calculate
just
the
present.
rate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
So,
gonna s-
okay, then
was gonna-
I,
well,
I
didn't
would
finish.
recommend that we, I'm running the meeting, my
Well,
God.
I know, but you didn't let me finish
I
talking.
recommend that we just do, garbage and work on the garbage alone as far as if it's needed, because you're saying that it's in the red, correct? Is that what you're?
Yes, we need to do that.
So that is,
sure.
so we can be able to afford to pay Mid-Valley. Then we don't want to be delinquent too, right? So, can you do that? And we can make that amendment on this proposal for us to authorize the notice, but just for the garbage rate increase?
Yes, you can do that. I'm thinking about the consequence of doing that.
And revisit the other one next year.
Okay, I mean, yes, you could do that. The consequence of doing that is if the sewer revenue is slightly inadequate, it'll start to cut into the fund balance, and there is a fund balance, but you wouldn't want to do that for a long term. Just like when you're running a business, you don't really want to lose money. You want to at least break even.
Right, and that's where I'm saying that we need to start collecting on the ones that are delinquent. Because if we do that, then that wouldn't keep us going into the fund balance.
It would help.
Right. So my suggestion would be, and it's up to the council if they want to support that, would be that we do the one for the garbage, I'm sorry, and see in a year how we do with our collections for the ones that are delinquent, and maybe have I know that there was something about we having a stricter policy as how many times you can do a payment plan, because I think that's the question that some of the girls have is like, how many times can we do this? And it's like, it needs to be in our policy where it says how many times, and when they reach that, okay, we did 3 payment arrangements and you're still not doing it. So then that's when we should start the process as shutting them off. Because they keep going on and on and on, and it never ends.
We have several that have come and started a payment plan, broke that plan, we give them a new one, they break that plan, they give them a new one, and that's the question is when do we stop?
Yeah, that's the question for Neil then. Neil?
That would be something you would want to put in your policy.
I think we need to.
That's just a matter of deciding when enough is enough.
Right. I think that's something we can do, and then approve the notice for the garbage, and then come back with your proposal with the sewer and look where we're at with our finances for next year. I mean, we should be seeing in a year, should see a difference, right? Like towards the end of the year.
Why would we look at the sewer if it's not in red?
What she's proposing is simply the issuance of the
I know.
Proposition 218 notice. So I get
But
what
wouldn't
you're-
it
what
still
you're
have?
proposing- What you're proposing is simply the issuance of a Proposition 218 notice for the proposed
Garbage only.
increase.
Right.
Garbage.
Only, yes, correct.
But isn't that what we're gonna bring to the public for them to be able to vote?
No, they don't vote. They come into a public hearing.
It's technically not a vote. It's
Okay.
it's a majority protest proceeding.
Okay.
Public hearing.
You know, if you get a majority protest, you can't raise the rates.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's,
So the majority of the residents would have to come and say, well, you know what, we want to keep all our water, all our utilities in one bill and not split it up. That would be up to the public.
They would have to come to the public
They
hearing.
would have to come to yes, that's what I'm trying to say. They would have to come to the meeting when we have the meeting, right? And they can come in and protest and say, I want to keep all my bills in one bill instead of having to pay the water, the sewer,
No, we're not
and the
separating it.
garbage. all
They're not we're not separating it.
Increasing.
One.
Yeah, we're just increasing the garbage.
But it'll
Right.
still be all one.
yeah,
all
but
it's-
this
yeah.
is just for a rate increase. You're not separating out
Nothing, no.
Okay.
You're gonna get a bill that has all 3 services in there.
Right.
But you're targeting
They
the
will be able
garbage,
to
right?
vote on it.
Say
They will
again?
be able to-
You're
I'm sorry,
targeting
they'll
the
be able to
garbage.
Protest on it.
Right.
That's her proposal. She wants just a Prop 218 notice issued for the refuse rate increase only, and to defer the sewer notice until next year.
And is that a good idea to do that?
As long as we
So
start
next year for the
collecting.
sewer?
There's a, your refuse enterprise fund is in the red, correct?
Yes, it is.
And your sewer enterprise is not in the red.
Not.
But if you go long enough, it will be.
It will be.
Because you've got to keep pace with inflation and all of that. But I think, that would essentially cut into an existing surplus fund. Is that correct?
My other question is, I think, weren't we in the red already with the garbage a long time ago, with Mid Valley? Lack of payments and what have you not, right?
Well, just because it was increased. Mid Valley had increased the rates due to the state.
I don't think we have a
bill.
question about the Mid-Valley situation. I think it's, what I'm saying is the
We're
sewer.
talking about the sewer. yes.
Exactly. Because we already know we have to do that. It's something, like I said,
Aren't they talking about
is from the state changes that they had to increase it. Because it's not just Parlier, this is everybody statewide. My thing is the sewer and waiting for next year, and I know that we're gonna be tapping into what's the reserves for the sewer. But if we start working on a new policy,
Then we can start
and then
collecting.
that would eliminate that problem, because now they're gonna be forced to have to come in and pay, because we're not shutting them off. So of course they're not gonna come in and they're gonna just keep saying, I'm gonna make another payment arrangement, and we have another 6 months or another year or whatever, and they're not gonna be paying. They maybe pay 1 month or 2 and be delinquent again. So if we start changing that policy and giving them like 3 chances, you're out, and that's it, and you have to get it caught up before we can even put the water and the utilities back on, right? Isn't that like the water, really? Because that's when they come in, is once their water's shut off, they come in. So if we start working on that plan, as far as that policy, to change that instead of keep having to make these payment arrangements, then we're gonna be better in collecting, correct? Because that's what you said, it's to have a better system to collect on the delinquent accounts.
Well, because I believe your staff is already actively working on it, it will take a city council supported policy change that's consistent with a law that has teeth. You have the benefit, like other communities, you do have water. You can't shut off water. You don't really want to shut off garbage, but you can't shut off sewer, but you can shut off water.
Water.
So that's where your leverage is.
Right.
It just, you have to be careful.
And that's why you have the bills all rolled into one,
Right,
because the water is always your leverage,
right.
right?
So then,
So,
we-
under, what is it, SB 998, I think.
yeah,
You're required to give them, I believe it is a full year payment plan. But I don't believe the law goes any further than that. If they break the payment plan, you're not required to go back to them and say, here's another
payment plan. Well, that's what's
Let's see if
happening.
you can meet that one. So what you would do, and I don't think your policy that you adopted actually speaks to this.
No.
So what you would do is you would just go into that policy that you adopted and add a sentence or two that basically says, if you
Break.
don't comply with the payment plan, you are subject to having your water shut off.
Something a little bit more stricter, because it's not working.
Yeah, we need some teeth.
Because we can't just keep, my thing is that we can't just keep increasing other people's rates because some can't pay. It's not fair to the ones that are paying. And so that's why my suggestion was to just do the garbage and hold off on the sewer. And then in a year, we'll know how it's, in 6 months, you'll know if it's working or not once we change the policy. You'll know if it's actually getting people to come in. So I think that's just the best way to go. That's what I'm going to recommend. And I think Diego has a question.
So just from listening to all of this. Yes, I wouldn't want to punish, obviously, the the constituents that do pay. Um, but to me, it sounds that we're trying to be reactive instead of proactive. And we're waiting for our stuff to go into a deficit instead of increasing it and keeping it at float. And then if we get to where we need to be, then we don't have to raise it again, but at least we're raising it at least once to try to make sure that we don't go back and keep it going and then see where we're at. And then we can stop a raise or whatever it is.
But I think that's what Mr. Bergman is proposing. You would be in favor of the Proposition 218 notice on both sewer and refuse.
And again, I
The
don't.
sewer increase is tiny. It's basically just an inflationary thing, right?
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying again, why do it if we're not even going to go? In other words, next time you come and do another study and people that are not paying again, we're going to increase it on the rest. Because that's what's been happening ever since I've been here. That's every time what I hear. Because those that are not paying, we're increasing it on the ones that are paying. And I think that we just need to figure out a way to get them to pay. Other cities do it. And so to me, it would be just hold off on the sewer and just do the one with the garbage and make sure that we change our policy and have those people come in and actually start paying. And I'm sure that with the funding that you're talking about, that's going to help them get caught up. And even though if they have a payment arrangement, they're still stuck to that arrangement. So they can't, just because once they get that money from the funds, from federal funds, and be delinquent again. So that is going to help those people. So to me would be,
When we receive the money if we receive the money from the federal government, that money comes directly to the city?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it comes
And
directly.
we are entitled to use that money
only
to
for
address
delinquent.
bridges in all three services? Or
No,
just-
it's just sewer and water. And Mayor, to clarify, the application for that arrearage money identifies a list of accounts specific to sewer and then specific to water. So when the money comes in, that debt owed by those customers is erased.
And that's fine. That's what I'm saying. So if that happens, we don't even need to increase it. So because now we're going to have a stricter policy.
No, I need to clarify. That's backwards. That's looking backwards. So what that does is it just replaces fund balance.
Right.
But going forward, as I'm planning rates forward, it's assuming the problem continues.
Exactly. Assuming that it continues. But if we have if we work on fixing the problems, if we're just going to always assume, then we're always going to increase. You know, I'm sorry. I just don't agree with that. I think that we need to fix the problem and not go after our people that are paying. It's not fair to them.
What's interesting to me is that this has always been happening. I chose to highlight it in my study, and it's a sensitive issue, and it's important. It needs to be discussed. And what everyone's hearing from, well, especially you, Mayor, is that you want to actively pursue people that are not paying their bills.
Exactly.
Mayor, I just was gonna ask, can we do something to add to the policy where they can, if they get the money from the federal government that's gonna erase their balance, they can't go on to another payment plan for like 6 months or something?
That's where you guys can determine all of that. Yeah.
Okay, well, and I don't owe anything anymore. I'm gonna go back on a payment plan. I won't pay for 2-3 months.
Yeah, no, that's where Neil can work on the policy with staff of what sees to work.
The problem I see is when that money comes in, we erase the debt, but they're not going to be able to erase the debt on the refuse. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yes, so it won't erase it all the way.
So they, their debt is not going to be wiped clean.
No, and
they're going to have, maybe a third of what they had previously.
Well, I already made my point, and if we like, we can I make a motion to do what I had suggested. My suggestion was to do only garbage and not the sewer. So if I have a second, then we can move, okay, yeah, go ahead. Well, let's hear the public, because I think we've been going back and forth. So let's hear something from the public. We're gonna bring, okay, he wants to talk, so, get in.
But she
So,
was trying
So
to
then,
talk.
let me have her say something, then you can have a seat, and then I'll bring it back to you guys.
Well,
Because
I
now
don't
she
know
wants to
what-
say something.
I don't know what she was gonna say, Mayor. I might be able to comment on what she's saying.
Okay, so then let me have her speak,
Okay,
and then, go ahead.
And thank you, Humberto. And I'm so sorry. I feel like that happens all the time. If
Okay.
one of us talks,
Can
we
you just
always,
go to what you're
excuse me,
supposed to say?
you're doing it again. Can you please just give us our turn?
Well, just say what you need to say instead
Well,
of
wait a
trying to
minute.
say something about me all the time.
I'm not saying nothing about you. I'm just saying, clarifying that, and I don't even want to discuss it. It's not even worth it. Okay. Anyway, thank you so much. I really think your study is good. I really want the residents to please come and voice your concerns. It's very important. I also heard something from you, Neil, right now that you were saying, and about the residents that do not pay their water bills. Like what happened with with the garbage, like what happened with the water bills, put it on their taxes. Do we really want to do that again to our residents? All the problems that we've been having with the residents that now have to get their water bills put into their property taxes because of the renters that do not pay their water bill, that goes back into their taxes. Now we're going to do this with the garbage? I mean, and to me, I don't know. I just don't think that's fair to the residents. I think it's really important that the residents come when we have the meeting.
Point of
when they can come.
clarification.
Okay, thank you.
Point of
February
clarification
21st?
on that, Neil, is that what you said?
Hmm?
Is that what you said? Because I don't recall that.
What I think I said is that we were trying to get all of these bills in the name of the landlord as opposed to the tenant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That if the bill is not paid by the tenant, yes.
Yes.
That is one option you have.
Not that we're doing.
To
I didn't
place
say we were doing
place
it.
on the tax rolls.
Yeah.
Which is the same. If you don't have it in the name of the landlord, you can't do that.
Yeah. Which is the same thing that happened with our water bills last year, correct?
I believe so.
Yes, they did.
Something on the tax rolls already?
No, but it was on, yes.
We've been trying to get them
I'm not saying that
all
we-
shifted over.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know where they are in the process.
Mm-mm.
I think there are a few stragglers out there still that are in names of tenants as opposed to landlords.
Yeah, but
And
my
that's
question was,
That's why they're struggling, because of course, like you're saying, if I'm a landowner and I am renting and I have these bills that are coming to me, because this is what I heard the other day, Sonia, when the resident came in and met, their concerns was, now it's easier for the renters to just come and leave their bills. The utilities, could be the garbage, could be the water, whatever. Because now as a renter, I don't have to worry about if I pay my water bill because it's on your name. That's your problem, not mine. And that's what was brought to our attention. Sonia, correct me if I'm wrong. That's what's happening with our homeowners. So now if we do that again with the garbage, with the utilities, that's something else again that we're doing to our homeowners. And I'm not saying we're doing it, but because it was said, I just want to make it clear that I think that is a bigger burden on homeowners. They're trying to provide a roof over people's house, over their heads for their families, by saying, well, you know what, if I rent it to you and you don't pay your utilities, guess what, I'm going to get stuck with it.
Well,
And Sonia, I mean,
and the reason we do that, the theory behind that, is that the landlord is in a much better position than we are to include what is the expectable bill for the water, sewer, and garbage in the rent. So that way, the renter is paying an additional sum over and above what the landlord originally set as rent to cover that bill so it doesn't get delinquent.
So in other words, what you're saying, I think, would be the best thing.
That's been said before.
Because remember, the water goes over. It's not a set rate. They can leave it on day and night, and the one that's going to get run over is going to be the homeowner.
I think it's my turn. I wanted to clarify the Fed funds that will be coming in when we apply. So that money, when it comes in for those back pay, that time frame, that's just to replace what we had to pay to cover their fees, their monies. So that's going to go into the pot where it was pulled to pay what the fees that were not paid by the overdue bills, correct?
So it's going to pay, so whatever their bill was, it's going to pay that bill, that amount, and then it'll clear that bill.
But it's I think
that balance.
I think that's the problem I'm having. So if I didn't pay my bill for that X amount period, $1,000, so that's still on I'm in the whole $1,000 currently with my bill. So when that money comes in, you're gonna tell me it's gonna wipe out that $1,000?
Yes.
Why?
Everything except your garbage bill.
Everything except for the garbage bill.
It's gonna wipe
And your
out
late
maybe
fees.
2/3, 3/4 of your bill.
Thanks to the federal government.
Yeah, the
administered
federal-
through
yeah,
the state of
exactly.
California.
So, and again,
But
how
only
is-
for a year and a half. For
yeah, but
what years?
I paid for a year and a half.
June of 21 through December of 22.
22. So I think that's where it comes to being fair, and I get it, and that's great for some people. Yeah, some people are legit who don't have the money to pay, that need the assistance paying their bill. Yes, there needs to be an ordinance, something that says they can only do X amount of payment plans. But also that's something, and mind you, because it's a hearsay thing. Oh, well, I'm gonna go talk to so and so, and oh, well, go ahead and give them another payment plan. Go ahead and give them another payment plan. That's what needs to be written and stick to without anybody interfering. Staff, you go off of what's in the ordinance, because again, I think that's where they're having trouble collecting payments. Believe me, I've had my water shut off. And yeah, what happens? I'm here paying that thing, whether I can afford it or not. But again, that's where, we can't turn off the water anymore. But again, it's just holding people accountable. And if you need the assistance, then yeah, we can help out with assistance with the payment plan. But when it's constant year after year after year after year, then there's a problem.
I want to interject at this point and be a little bit bold. So I have extensive experience with this. I created, working with City of Marysville staff, extensive procedures on how to collect from people who aren't paying. So I want to provide a proposal to your city manager to just facilitate that for you, working with her and staff and the city attorney. And I'd like to do that. I can see you need a plan. You need it all together. You need to understand all the moving pieces, consistent with your municipal code, consistent with state law.
Yes, so that we don't have to increase rates so high
Every
5 years. 5 years.
Yeah.
I do agree with your plan. It's proactive, and instead of the reactive. Well, what if we're not in debt now, but we might be in 2 years. Then we have to raise it again. I unfortunately that's life. That's life. And we have to make adjustments to our expenses, and hey, that's your major things you need to pay for your water, garbage, sewer in that one bill. So I thank you for your work, and that this is your job, and thank you very much for doing that.
And again, yes, I think you're right as far as having a plan, because when you have payment arrangements 3, 4, or 5 times, is because it wasn't in the policy that we had a certain amount of arrangements that we could make. So if people would say, I'm going to talk to so-and-so because they want another arrangement, that's their right, because they can. legally do it. So this is why it's important that Neil and staff work on what will work for the communities to get them to come in. Because yes, it is life, but again, I keep going back to why is it everybody else's fault that's paying, and the ones that are not paying, they just get a free ride. So, because they're not going to pay anyway, because that's the problem that we're having anyway. So to them, if it gets raised or not get raised, they don't care because they're not paying. So that's my thing. And being proactive, this is being proactive to going after the people that are not caring about their bills and leaving it to the next person to be. Because this is why you have renters that come in and be there for a little while and leave them with the bill. I've heard of people having not just the utility bills, rent, PG&E, that left them with an outrageous bill for the landlord. So this is why the landlord needs to have a better plan as to, I've had this discussion with some of the landlords and said, well, then you need to make sure that you cover your stuff as far as like making sure that they have a deposit for everything, or include your utility bill with the rent. That's another way.
Well, to summarize, I've had some time to think about the sewer side of the equation. You're okay if you don't do the sewer increases right away. There are inflationary increases. There's a healthy fund balance. I'm hearing you say that you would suggest, well, generally support something in a year or so. The downside of it is probably I do the math again, and you have to send out another notice. It's not that big of a deal.
Mm-hmm.
So if it was City Council's consensus just to do the refuse side, from my perspective, which is not opinion, but based on the numbers, that would be okay.
Okay. Did you have something to say?
Sorry, I already said what I had to say. I just want to, I'd rather be proactive, so that's it.
Did you have something to say?
Yes, for sure. I want the community to come in. What is it going to be on February 21st?
Yes, assuming the City Council supports issuing the refuse notice.
Well, we need to let the community have an impact on this too, given their feedback on this. That's very important because they're the ones that are going to pay. And it's true. We shouldn't pay for somebody that doesn't pay. I agree. And like the staff and them, when they set the bill, what it is, like it was mentioned, they come and say, I don't have to pay it because so-and-so said, it's going to be taken care of. Well, the bill's getting bigger and bigger and bigger. That's what's happening. And the staff is stuck because, so that, we do need a stricter thing. A whole year to me is a lot.
Okay.
I think it's a lot.
Okay, so then let's open it up for the public, and that way we can take a vote.
Well, thank you, because your auditing is helping us a lot. But you can see the problems that we have. I mean, can you imagine if we had gone through the program that it was proposed to add the water bill, whatever we call it, into that taxes, property taxes? We will have until the day after tomorrow to pay the $1,000 that we owe on water, plus the property taxes, at least half of the year. So I'm glad that you guys are going through this discussion, because it's giving us a lot of issues, but at the same time, I think we have to start thinking on how we can resolve this. There's no reason why we don't have one person in charge of that, just use the water system.
Okay.
And making sure that they pay. And another person in charge of the garbage collection and making sure that they can work. It could be the staff, but, in a separate style. And, I'm very stingy too, because they send me a notice that if I don't pay by the 25th, then it's going to be $1 fine on top of what I pay. So I come before that 25, because I want to save that $1. But I really appreciate you leave these matters until you can get a good feeling from the people. What is what the people really needs? But I am in agreement with you guys that there's lots of us that take advantage or somebody else. And I know that water is very important. Without water, we cannot live. So I think that we had to learn that without water, I mean, who's going to live? I mean, so if I'm going to drink a beer, I think I'm going to drink water instead of drinking a beer and put the money into a can. So by the end of the month, I will have the money to pay the water. Because that's the way I think. But thank you anyway, but I would like to see the people resolve this issue.
Okay, is there any other comments?
Now, is the garbage gonna be raised are we gonna pay more for the garbage? Is Mid-Valley raising their rates?
The state is what made the changes.
But is Mid-Valley raising their rates as well?
That's every garbage company.
Now, can we just get it, because he has two competitors, right? That's Waste Management and also Peña's also, can
But
they?
that's,
But it's every garbage
yeah,
company.
it's a
If they go out for bid and Waste Management has a better price for us, can't we just go with them instead of
okay.
Mid-Valley?
I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. This is coming from the state.
No, yes, I
Okay,
know what you're
let
saying.
me just clarify, and then you can go ahead and ask the other question. So the state has these regulations because, as you noticed, we cannot mix our garbage with the food in a regular grape can, right? You have to put it in the green waste, right? So it costs them more, and this is not just them. Every garbage company out there is costing them more to do what the regulations are from the state, okay? So they're not gonna go and just keep charging us the same amount while they keep losing money when the state made these changes. This is something that our governor made changes. What year was it? In 2018, I think it was?
Yeah, 2016, the bill was passed.
And it wasn't, and it came to effect?
We got the regulations in 2020. It's in effect now.
Yeah, but in 2020 it came to effect? Okay, so this is something he changed. So it has nothing to do with just them charging us what they want to charge. It's all of them have to follow this process. So whether we go with somebody else, these changes are still there, and it's still going to cost them more to be able to process the garbage the way the governor had this bill passed and
No,
follow
yeah.
the regulations.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, say we pay them $100,000 a year, right? And then, let's say Waste Management comes in with a lower bid of $90,000 a year. Wouldn't you want to go with the better rate versus them, and then just still get the same service?
We have a long-term contract with Mid-Valley.
Okay, well, yeah, that-
When you initially go out for bids,
Yeah.
you entertain all those bids, and you typically enter into a very long-term franchise agreement.
So Neil,
Practice coming in
so
very long then.
are you saying that that's what they're proposing? You're saying that company, which is,
Just saying that, if we can't, but like he said, if we have a contract, then I guess we
But-
can't change it then, right? Because
no, I'm not saying about the contract.
Long-term
I'm talking about,
agreement.
there's no way to know that they're gonna lower their rates. Because as far as I can tell you right now, Mid-Valley has been going with most of the cities. Why do you think that they're going with most of the cities? Because they probably have a better offer.
maybe,
Okay.
but that's what
Because
I wanted to know.
because if you look at their history of how many communities they serve,
Yeah.
they have a large range.
Well, yeah, because they have the contracts with everybody.
But why do you think that they go with these contracts? Because it's probably a better deal.
But that's what I'm saying. But they
That's-
have another competitor, maybe they would come back with something different. That's
I think they've done this with all the other cities, so I get your point, but this is why I'm saying that.
That's what I just
you
wanted to
know,
know.
that they're growing because they're getting the contracts because they're offering a better deal.
And they have served us very well.
Yeah.
We're very happy with
And
them.
it just looks like they're
Mhm.
dominating the market versus, it's just gonna be like
No.
Walmart versus Kmart, they took
Mm-hmm.
them out, now they're done.
And look at Walmart versus Kmart. Why do you think that Walmart is doing better? Because they have better prices.
Yeah, but that's what I want to know.
So it still
Who
goes
has-
back to that.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
That's
That's
fine.
just my opinion. I get you what you're saying, though. I
I
understand.
wanted to know if we can just do that.
That's fine. No, I get you.
Okay, I have one more,
It's open. It's
okay,
and
yeah, I
let-
forgot.
Good evening, council, staff. Thank you. Joe Heisdorf, Mid Valley Disposal. Just to respond, it's a very valid comment, a very good point, right? And so the reality is, yes, you have a long-term agreement with Mid Valley Disposal. I came here several meetings 2 years ago. We were talking about that SB 1383 regulation. Just to speak specifically, the city of Selma did exactly what was just mentioned. They went out to bid. They currently have waste management. They issued an RFP. They used a consultant, went through an extensive vetting process. I can tell you that Mid Valley Disposal was awarded that contract, and that the city of Parlier, the rates that we charge you are about 10 to 15% less than what was awarded in that agreement. So, four other competitors, including Waste Management, bid on that agreement, right? Very good competitors, very competitive process. It just played out in Selma, same exact thing, and we were successful. We're honored and gracious to serve you. We appreciate that. These are, again, as you mentioned, the whole entire state's doing this. We rewrote 25 of these contracts in the last 2 years, been through many. I see Dan quite a bit now at other cities as doing the same process, right? So it's not unique. It's still painful. It's not, this was not something that we elected to do or volunteered to do. We were told by the state we have to do this. And so our job is just to provide you with the best service at the best price that we possibly can. I will say that agreement is, again, tied completely to inflation. The projected numbers are somewhere around 4% for next year. So the inflation is coming down a little bit just in the last few months, the numbers that we're seeing. Yeah. But it is essentially fixed in that regard. So it is purely inflation that helps us pay for gas and our employees and all the other costs that go into it. So appreciate it. And if you have any questions, I am here in case you have any.
Thank you.
This is a question. I know all this is going to the residents, right? What we're working on right now. How about the apartments? Like they were mentioned, we have to throw our food in the green can. How we're separate. I've been doing it for a year already. God, it's nasty though. Mm-hmm. But the other thing is that how are the apartments going to do it? Are they going to be affected like our residents are?
Yeah, so the agreement that we have covers all the different services, right? So it depends on when you talk about apartments, the units, every unit's specific. They may have dumpsters centralized. I've seen units where each unit will have different carts, different cans, right? So it really depends on how the property managers choose to subscribe to the service and what they work out, what works for their residents. I mean, really, but it does impact everybody, to answer your question. It impacts everyone.
It impacts everyone. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions? Hearing none, so my proposal, again, as I mentioned, was to, I make a motion to approve the actual, where is it at? Issuance of a, where is it at?
No, just
Yeah.
for only garbage and.
I want to take out the sewer increase and.
Sewer next year.
And bring back sewer next year after we find a policy that will work and get, because I know the staff are willing to do whatever they can, but I know that the question has come up, how many times do we keep doing the payment arrangements? So that's where it needs to stop. So I think that if we start working on that, maybe we might not have to revisit this one again, because we need to find a better solution than just keep increasing it for everybody else. So that's my motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one.
Okay, roll call vote, please. Bertha? Yeah, that's for this one. Garbage. That's for this one right now, and then if you make another motion, we can do that. Go ahead.
Mayor Beltran?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jamie Nguyen?
Yes.
Guerra?
Yes.
Kathy?
Okay, motion carries 5 yes. So, yeah, just the trash. So you can maybe stay in contact with Sonia, I don't know how we would work on that.
Yeah, we're working together on the other things. Yeah,
Okay.
so
I want to help you with extensive integrated procedures to have more teeth in collections. So I'll talk to city manager and your city attorney
Yes.
about that.
And if we need to amend the contract, then we
He's
can.
already provided me with the notice that is going to be issued. We just need to go in there and take out the sewer, which we will do, and I guess that has to be sent out before the end of the month.
But yeah, that'll give us our 45 days.
Okay, thank you. And maybe, like I said, if we need to amend your contract so that you can work with the staff in finding a better solution on how we can start working on making sure everybody pays. You know, it's hard, and I know there's a lot of people that are struggling, but we got to find out a way that we can get them to come in and start paying. Maybe making it a payment arrangement that they can afford so they can stick to it. Because if you make a payment arrangement that they're not going to be able to afford, you're setting them up for failure.
Exactly. That's
So-
what I have told the girls.
Yeah,
too.
so
They
I
gotta
think
make one
that
that they can afford.
That's where they need to sit down with each individual and see what they can work out, and then just give them, like I said, I don't know if it's whatever you guys decide, 2 times, 3 times, I don't know. Okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Okay, next,
Uh,
next one
7?
is approval of the successor agency consulting services by RSG for their 24-25 services fiscal year. And this is the regular contract that we do every year for them, for the
Okay.
successor agency.
I don't have any questions. Okay.
Motion.
Any from the public? Any questions? Hearing none, so I have a motion from Diego. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, Marissa Sabrina. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries 5 yes.
Next item is for proposal for mobile bars at the City Parlier Events Community Center and Senior Center.
Okay, what?
I have a
is-
question.
yeah.
I don't know if it says proposal for mobile bars at the City of Parlier event. I'm thinking it should say at the City of Parlier Community Center and Senior Center. What my understanding is, it's instead of bringing I don't know if you guys know what that is, a mobile. Okay, so someone comes in like a vendor truck. They come in and they do your bartending. So you're throwing a party at the community center and you don't have to haul in cases of alcohol. And of course you cannot have bottles at the community center. This is a mobile bar that provides those services.
It doesn't necessarily have to be a bar.
Yeah,
It could be
it's just a bartender. Yes.
They must have the
License
license.
is what?
Yes.
The license is one.
You don't have to have the beer, they don't have to bring it in, it's gonna be outside in the mobile.
No, it's inside. It's like a bar, like a person who's gonna come and
mobile.
Like, say, for example, there's a bar here and he has a license, we can bring him in here and serve them like that, right?
He would.
He would, yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, inside. So I just wanted to clarify because it says at City of Parlier events, and we do a lot of events around town, and I was like, wait a minute,
I think I had a lot of questions.
community
I kinda don't like
community
that.
center
Yeah, just
and senior
communities
center.
and sing.
And it was kind of confusing because on the proposal, on the subject, it says City of Parlier events, community center, and senior
Yes.
center. But on the recommendation, it reads correct.
Yes.
Staff recommends council to approve allowing the license and permitted mobile bar service at venues such as community center and senior center.
Yes.
So,
So let's go with the recommendation.
Yeah.
The recommendation,
The recommendation,
wording.
correct,
Okay.
wording.
So can we correct the minutes
Yes.
on that subject?
So
line,
when would this
please?
take effect? Because I know that, thank you, Bertha, for doing that, because I've been getting a lot of people asking about having, not everybody drinks beer, then some of them want wine or, a mixed drink. And so they said, I guess we had this where we can't, right? Yeah. And so thank you for looking into it and doing that. But when would this take effect? So I'm positive that there's people that are waiting.
As soon as the council approves
Just
it.
approve it so it's effective as
Well,
of today.
I have something to say. Can't we ask the chief how to?
I think they have to.
I mean, well, it'll be effective today.
I think they have to change that our
Is it-
ABC
God.
because we have an ABC
requirement.
I think we have to change that. So as soon as that gets done.
So then it
And
be,
would we ask for theirs, the mobile units? I mean, there still needs to be paperwork. I think.
oh
that's
yeah,
get-
that's definitely.
from
we
the
have to
vendor.
start, yes,
Yes.
we can start that, yes.
Because
So-
they have to also follow the state laws, right?
Yes,
Yes.
absolutely.
So how much rev,
Certified in insurance and all that, we'll be requiring all of that before we allow them to even come in.
how much revenue is that gonna bring us?
That's
None.
not-
That's
that's not
the,
about
their
revenue.
event.
Th-
That's
th-
the
they have
renter's
to
event.
charge for,
Well, we'll probably get more people renting the hall.
that's what I'm saying.
More people
Yeah.
probably want to rent it because right now people are like, oh, well, I could only have beer there. Sometimes ladies don't like to drink beer, so they go to another venue and rent it somewhere else. So hopefully that'll bring people back.
Has anybody considered to ask the chief or the PD, how do they feel you're gonna have heavier drunk drivers with hard liquor, not just beer? Is that gonna bring more issues to our police department? We gotta think about that too. We gotta think about them.
Those are always legitimate concerns. Certainly, it's
Like, we can't hear you.
business, it's private industry. It's up to the council to decide that. We can, what we can do with understanding and getting the information to combat that with our OTS grants and our cannabis grants where we put on our operations. And we can always increase those operations and increase the education as well. So, but that's kind of a business component, and that's up to you guys.
And in reality, Chief, if we're gonna be thinking that everybody's gonna come here and just get totally wasted and not be responsible, then yeah, that's gonna happen. But I would like to think that people that come and utilize our facilities whether they use beer or alcohol or liquor, whatever, it's drinking responsibly. So that is what I look at. I don't think that, everybody that's going to come to Parlier is just going to get totally wasted and drive recklessly out there because now we have something that someone else prefers to drink versus drinking beer.
They have it, alcohol, hard liquor or mixed drinks and things like that at other venues.
Right.
The Portuguese Hall in Selma allows it. So, I mean, we're.
Exactly. It's everywhere. It's
Yeah.
not just, we're not the only unique one that's going to do something different from everybody else.
I asked about Wheatley, how they work, because it was proposed to be over here. I asked them, so tell me, how does it work there in Wheatley? Oh, we can't have that there. We can only drink beer only when it's a wedding. Okay. That's the way we should be. But they're bringing it over here to us. I don't think that's.
So do we have?
Oh, however you want to vote.
Yeah. So in this event, let's say I'm gonna rent it and I want to do this. I have an option to just stay with the beer.
Of course. Yeah, that doesn't take it away.
It's like I have a caterer who I'm gonna do, or I'm gonna cook my own food. It's up to the person renting it how they want to do it. They can bring beer, or they can have someone.
It's an option, yeah.
That provides alcohol, but they have to have all the license.
And so they would have their own insurance, or is there, since they're going to be in the community center,
If
are
I
they
can-
going to be going with the city insurance?
Sorry, if I can throw something in real quickly. The ABC has what's called a caterer's license. And in order to get a caterer's license, you have to apply to ABC for specific events. And you have to already be a holder of an existing ABC license of one of several different kinds. So they're going to have to provide their ABC has a whole website that's just dedicated to the rules for caterers. So there are additional enhanced state regulations that they have to follow in order to do this.
I think also that if that's the case, they have security guards. I think they should have officers there because it's hard liquor and people change with alcohol. Can you imagine with liquor? So maybe they should pay for our officers to be there and be monitor them. That's what they should do.
Would you done? Okay. How about you?
I believe it just gives an option. I don't see anything wrong with it. A drunk is a drunk, whether it's beer or liquor. Unfortunately, like the mayor said, I do hope that people respect it. And this is going to cost me money. I know that because I am renting it out. I was hoping that it just stayed beer because my wife
you
doesn't
can
drink
do it.
beer.
You can do
But no, because it's her party now.
Oh, so now you're gonna have to
now
come
I'm gonna
with
have to
this.
pay more money. Yeah, thanks. Whoever
Well, it's her
whoever brought this
birthday.
up, thanks.
It's
So
her
does that mean that the
birthday.
cost is gonna go up higher to rent it?
So you guys know, we changed the alcohol amounts that were allowed into the community center about a year ago. I think we were allowing like maybe 400 beers, which it's like, that would have been like one beer per person or maybe two per person.
Because it's a 500
Because
capacity.
you get 200 people at a wedding or a quinceañera and you allow 2 beers. And so we had several people coming and saying, can we have more beer? And we were saying, no, no, no. And then we discussed it and everybody thought like, well, that's kind of ridiculous. So we did raise that amount. And I don't think we've had any other issues where people have been getting
No.
sloppy drunk and we have to have a.
I don't think we
So
have.
is it gonna cost more money now that they're gonna have hard liquor to rent it, or is it gonna be the same price?
Same price. It's an option.
Pay more now.
It's the I have to pay because I have to pay
For
to
the
get the
alcohol.
bartender. Yeah, it's the venue is still the venue. The bartender is an option for the person renting it. So
And it's
I'm renting
it's
the
their
hall.
cost.
Before I didn't have to pay for a bartender because it was just gonna be beer. But now that if I want to get the service of a mobile bartender, now I have to pay him for his service. That's all I'm saying. I'm gonna have to pay
Pay
more because
more.
I have to get one for my wife because that's what she likes. Thank you.
So now we can open it up to the public. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, council. Kathy brings up a good point because we need to limit the functions where this is going to be allowed because a lot of our receptions for the funeral service are during the day. And those, they're ending as the school is exiting. We have the senior center back here where the high school, elementary school is located. So that's something to consider, what functions they will be allowed. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we allow it at funerals.
That is a good point,
Yeah.
but I believe
Yeah,
it's
we
not.
haven't allowed it in funerals.
Alcohol is allowed. They would have to pay just like a wedding or quinceañera. They have to have this
Yeah.
certain amount of
Which
security.
is, they won't get that discount of $20
No,
for
no.
the rental.
So
The hard liquor in the funerals too, right?
you guys say no. So if you guys tell us no, then we just say no. No hard liquor at a funeral.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I did hear that that we're not making any money out of it. So why we are giving this to mobile bars? You know, it's only one company first at all. I don't know if a lot of bars, mobile bars, apply to get this position or to
We
get
haven't
this.
had any applications. This is just something that we're asking the council.
So mobile bars, it means anybody.
Mobile
that-
bartenders, it should say.
Yeah.
Bartenders. Like if I have a bartender's license and Diego's having a party and he says, hey, Bertha, can you come and be the bartender at my party?
But we're not, okay, I understand now, but we're not gonna get anything from
The only thing
mobile
that
bars?
the city would get is, no, we wouldn't get anything from the mobile bar. Maybe business license revenue, that we would get. But the city would get maybe more
Renters.
Renters.
No, I understand.
So that's what we would be
I
getting.
understand.
And business license
I don't know
revenue.
how the city tax on it, Mayor.
There's no tax on that.
And also, Humberto, just so you know, like a lot of people do come in, and that's the first question they ask is if they can bring liquor, and when they say no because it's just beer,
Yeah, they
then
go
they don't
somewhere
rent the
else.
hall.
Mhm.
So that's why it was just
Oh.
an option that they brought it to the city or to the council, that it's an option that they can have
Right.
because people do ask for it. And that's why I believe it was brought to the council because it's a frequent question that's asked. And if they don't have it, they're not renting the hall.
Well, I don't think we have any problems renting it.
So if we have any other questions, so we can
do the marketing. I mean, I'm in agreement with
We're
you.
not gonna gain nothing out of it, but just give the officers more problems.
Motion to approve. Motion, Diego. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please. Yes.
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 No.
Okay, motion carries 3 yes and 2 no. Okay, so now we can move on to brief comments, council communication. City manager? Oh. Anything?
I don't think I have anything.
Okay. Janie?
Okay, and this is for, I was really disappointed that as a city council member, I asked for an item to be put on the agenda, and it did not get on the agenda. As we know, as city council members, we can put items on the agenda, but the mayor has a right to take it off, my understanding. And once my item was taken off, we did a notice to put it back on the agenda. We had to get 3 council members to do it. We got the 3 council members that I was told that I didn't have problem getting the other 2 council members to sign so we can put this item back on the agenda. And the item still did not get back on the agenda. It was supposed to be an item that was needed to go into open regular session. Apparently, I was told that the item could not go into regular session, but they would put it in closed session. Why? If that item needs to be in regular session, why was my item not put on the agenda? That is my right as a city council to have an item and put on the agenda. Does not mean it's gonna pass. It does not mean I'm gonna get the votes. I just really feel disappointed that it was not put on the agenda, that I went through all this since Friday of last week to be told at the last minute that it was not gonna be put on the agenda. I wanna read this email that I received, and it was, council members, I could not, and I wrote it down because the phone's too small. I could not post the item you requested to the open session. Posting it on the open session agenda puts the city in a huge liability. How this was done could have been deemed invalid and set aside even if it got the 3 votes, while still placing the city in a massive liability. That Neil, our city attorney, said he would pursue action against for stigmatizing him as our city attorney. He made it clear that he would not just go after the city, he would go after those who signed the notice to put this item on the agenda. He said he felt confident he could get a judgment against you all for posting this agenda item, one that would follow you for the rest of your life. Why am I being threatened? This is a threat to me. By me putting this on the agenda, this is happening. And this is not the first time that we have been told, you can't do that. You're breaking the Brown Act. You can't do that because it's not regulations. You can't do it because you did not put it on the agenda. How are we supposed to put stuff on the agenda? The reason I took out those policies because we could not put things on the agenda. The council was having trouble putting things on the agenda. So we did it like this. We had our 3 signatures. Isn't 3 people out of 5 the majority?
Yes, the majority.
Then why was not my item put on the agenda?
Are you done? So we can go.
Excuse me, it wasn't for you either. It was for you.
Well, wait a minute.
This email came
Janie,
from our city manager.
Janie, it is comments, and we are going this way. So
It
you
doesn't
stated,
matter because you took it off.
and I
You
will
took
elaborate.
it off. And why, Sonia, was it not put back on the
I will
agenda
elaborate
when
once
we
it's my
had
turn.
The 3
So
signatures.
Sonia didn't have anything else to say.
Neil, when we do 3
We're at
signatures
council
from-
comments,
when
Neil.
when we have 3
So this
signatures
way, and then we'll get
from
back
a
there.
councils to put an item on the agenda, you had told us the item will be put back on the agenda and it cannot be removed. But if we cannot even get items on the agenda,
contracts.
what does it tell you?
That was under the rules that you repealed.
Yes.
No, it wasn't. The rules that we repealed was for the
rules that
shadow
you
agenda.
repealed, yes.
No, it wasn't.
So
it was not.
My
And-
turn.
It was not.
Okay.
You
Go
know,
ahead.
that is not accurate, what you
It's
read.
not. But let's
Let
go
me
this
tell-
way, and
okay,
I will be.
You can see it. This is an email that we received.
No, I'm
Okay,
going to
I
say
didn't
something.
receive it.
And it's,
No, it
needs to
did
be
not
said.
go to you.
Not accurate.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, that I can't,
Would-
I
would you-
cannot
would
say
you
you
like-
did say that.
would
No, I'm not saying you said it. I'm not saying you said it.
Yeah.
I'm saying this is what was told to us.
Okay, that's fine.
And because the item did not get to the agenda, 20 minutes before 6:10, when I called to make sure that the item got on the agenda, I was still being told it cannot go on the agenda.
So now,
Are you done?
yes, yeah, okay,
thank
thank you.
Thank you.
On another note, I hope everybody had a happy Thanksgiving. Our Christmas parade went very well. Collaboration with everybody involved. Our tree lighting, there was a huge turnout, and it was a very nice community event. Thank you everybody who was involved with that. Of course, there's always ways to make things better, and I think that's what we're gonna focus on for next year. But again, it was a really nice event. I was glad to see everybody out there and participate, and I look forward to the next event. Thank you.
Yes, thank you to the Rotary Club and everyone who had a part in it. The city of Parlier, the maintenance, or what do we call them? Parlier Unified, Public Works, and everyone who, it was really great. It was a lot of entries, and the tree lighting was awesome. The vendors, I really enjoyed myself, and my kids did too. On another note, I did receive that email as well, and unfortunately, yes, I do feel threatened by what it says, and it's not the first time that it's been said to me that I will be sued and all this stuff, and unfortunately, as a council member, I do feel that that's not right, and whether it's said or who said, she said, I just feel that being threatened is not cool at all. And I wouldn't want that for anybody else on here either. Thank you.
Yes, the event was good, very well. But I also feel threatened, very threatened, and I've been threatened before. I've been physically attacked, physically with everybody here seeing, and nothing was done. The other thing is, Neil made a rule about being on the phones. They falsely accused me that I was recording. I had him get up here and check it, and it was off. She stated she's doing it right now, so I had him come over here, and it was off. Okay? She's been on the phone all this meeting disrespecting Mr. Ben Thomas when he was giving his speech. She was on the phone, and Neil, I told Sonia to tell Neil she's on the phone so he could see that she's not abiding by the rules, and we have to. Okay? What did he do? Nothing. And he was right there right now, and she's doing it again. What did he do? Nothing. And then we're getting threatened for any little thing, and I've gotten thrown through the DA, and somebody accused me, and Neil did a letter in favor of that person when he knew I didn't have my phone. That's how we're being treated and threatened here in this very council. Thank you.
Have any questions? Okay, so first of all, the item was pulled because you actually had a person, an attorney that you met with to seek services when we have currently an attorney. So that is why it's pulled. It's like me going out, meeting with somebody that is going to be taking Sonia's position when Sonia's currently in that position. Can't do that. And because it's the truth. It's like the time when we were looking at an engineer, remember? And we currently had an engineer here, and we were talking about bringing Javier in. We couldn't have both of them, only one, to represent the city. So that is why you have to follow the protocol. Where's the RFP for this, what is his name?
You do not need an RFP.
Yes, you do.
No, you do not.
Oh,
No.
my goodness.
Sonia,
That is
did
the
we
lack
look-
of
Sonia,
understanding
did
of
we go
government.
to the municipal code. Didn't I tell you to bring them?
You need an RFP.
Says
Don't be
it
afraid,
on
Sonia.
there. It says it
You
on there.
do need anytime you're going to hire somebody. We did an RFP when we hired Neil. We did an RFP when we did. No,
he had
no, no.
hired.
You
Sonia,
weren't even here.
How many months After he
No.
got hired.
Well, yeah.
He was done.
After he got hired.
He was, you guys weren't even here. And again,
What's wrong with that?
Janie, you spoke and you keep saying that I interrupt you and you do exactly the same thing, but it's okay when
Please,
you need to
please.
stop.
Oh,
Okay? You need
You
to
know
stop.
what? I am gonna
gave
stop.
you
I
the
am gonna stop
opportunity.
because
Stop.
I am not like
So
you.
then stop. Please stop. Jeez. So that is why it is required. You cannot do it without having an RFP. And to your claims that I assaulted you, you demanded chief of police you said, I demand for an investigation, not an investigation, and a criminal investigation that never happened. And you demanded it, you initiated, which is an abuse of power, which I reported it to the Department of Justice because you cannot do that. You made chief send it to the DA, which they kicked it out because there is no evidence of anything happening when you made false claims and you forced our chief to do that. That is an abuse of power. And I did report it to the Department of Justice, and they are looking into it because I sent them all the evidence. That is why we went to court, and even the judge told you at court, don't bring your politics to my court.
He did not say that.
He did.
He
Yes,
did not
did.
say that. And
So,
here's the other
Kathy,
thing.
with your
Everybody
false
here,
allegations,
look at
and
she.
you
Okay, I
need
let her
to
talk.
stop
Everybody
because
here
it
saw
is
her
my
attack me from
time.
behind.
It
Everybody
is my
saw. Everybody
time.
admitted it.
No.
For some reason, somebody got involved and they wiped
were
it clean.
so
But
true,
it's not over yet.
the DA
And
would have never.
Chief, I never
ever-
threatened you. I never forced
I
you.
have the
I
text.
told you. Okay, Chief?
Text
She
on-
keeps threatening. She has a text.
I
She got the email.
have
She told put
that
we're always getting threatened by the
text.
FBI, by the district
And
attorney, by
I
the general
did
attorney, by
forward it.
everybody.
I
But
forwarded.
that's all where it goes.
I
She
forwarded.
abuses her power. We can't even put something on the
I'm supposed
agenda.
to have the floor right now. I gave them the opportunity. Now it's my turn, but they feel that they can take over.
lies, like she
every
lied
sometime.
about those people that
No,
came
it's
for the
enough,
tobacco.
Jamie. You had the
She
floor.
said, "We don't know them. I don't know
So-
you. I never heard of you. They
so
were here, and they were
if
here
that
today.
was
That's
so
why I
true,
specified it."
if that was so true, with your false allegations and trying to always come after me one way or another, Kathy, that is what you have done. And stop.
She had her
Stop.
hands on me. I didn't have her hands on her. Who's attacking who?
Have the
You
floor.
cannot do that.
Yes, she can.
against the law.
Because
against
it's
the
not
law.
against the law. I have the floor.
Well,
I gave you
anyway,
that-
let's continue, Janie.
Tyler, for mic.
No.
Stop.
Cannot turn off her mic.
Yes, she can.
Sonia, can she turn off
Yes,
her mic?
it's
She
my-
turns off my mic.
Turn off that mic right there as well, please. We're not going back and forth.
Exactly.
I have the floor.
That's the RFP.
Sonia,
I have the floor.
Sonia, was
I have the
We've been threatened something ugly.
No, you
people in
have.
the
You've been
community.
doing the threatening. You've been
Threatening.
threatening Sonia every single time if they don't
you
comply
should-
with what you're
I
saying.
know,
You are
no,
so
look at that.
determined to fire Neil that you're using Sonia's position over her head, and that is an abuse of power.
Nobody's firing Neil. We're just getting a
Yes,
second
you-
opinion. But anyway, Sonia, admit it. Have I ever threatened you? Have
Yes,
I ever
of course.
threatened you, Sonia?
Can't even
Say it on the mic. Have I ever threatened you?
You're not threatening me, Kathy.
Okay, she's saying that I'm threatening you.
What are you talking about?
That I threaten you. If you don't do what I say, I'm threatening you.
Not-
That's
it's not
her.
threat-
She threatens you. I don't.
No, huh?
She's telling Kathy that Kathy
Yeah.
threatens you.
And this is the
ridiculous.
disrespect that
Yes,
this
it is, but
council
she's
is.
saying it.
In a
This-
public
this
meeting, we're
should
not
Yes,
in closed
but
session.
Sonia, correct her in front of the
Again,
public. Correct
again,
her in
she
front of the
does
public.
not
Do
let
I
me say
threaten
what I
you?
need to
In
say.
a public meeting, you
Sonia,
I'm trying to say.
I
but
know.
Aren't they interrupting me?
no, Sonia.
But they had the floor.
Correct her. Do I ever threaten you?
They had the floor, and it was
Sonia.
okay for them to say what they needed to say.
She
but
told
God
the
forbid
community.
I say what I need
She
to say.
told the community I threaten you. Do I threaten you? Have I ever threatened you? Thank you,
Again.
Sonia.
Again,
That's
the
another of
proof-
Alma's lies. It
the
doesn't stop.
The proof, I have it in a text.
What did I tell you?
And
I
the
called the
proof
district attorney.
is
Golly.
there. Oh,
Video right now on the screen. Put it.
No, but she gonna file charges.
I have the proof. I have the proof.
Go ahead, Mayor.
I do.
You have misunderstood.
No, 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 no,
You,
no.
We're asking her to put it on the screen.
Kathy,
Come on.
Hold on.
I do have
You
it.
have misunderstood what my item was.
No.
Sonia, was the item I put in your contract, Neil. It says, council has the right to get an attorney, a special attorney, if we feel that we need outside guidance.
Yep.
It's in your contract. My item.
It's in my contract at all.
No, it is.
And
It's in your contract. It's number. I think it's
Oh. If you'd like to know.
But they got the right, Neil. Come on, Neil.
And there's no. But the thing is, this. The thing is,
reason why
this is
I
not
didn't put
to remove you. You
No. You're
are
gonna
the city
lose.
attorney. That doesn't even what my item did not have nothing to do with you.
No.
Just because he doesn't agree
This
with them,
is
that's why they do that to him.
Do you want to talk about this here? You want to talk about this
Yes,
in
it's
closed session?
already here, Neil. It's already here, Neil. It's already here.
Okay.
People are allowed to. They should know what's going on.
But we're
because-
always threatened, you guys. Always threatened, ugly, and assaulted.
I'm thirsty, so I'm gonna get
It says, I will. It says, Kathy demanded a criminal investigation. I only simply called him to talk to Kathy about her complaint. I didn't initiate this investigation. Kathy did. What does that tell you? What does that tell you? What does that tell you?
But didn't I tell you, Chief, I want a report because she attacked me and everybody
You
saw.
have no
Chief,
authority.
everybody saw, right? Everybody admitted it, right, Chief?
No
Chief,
authority.
anybody that gets attacked, of course, is going to call the
Legally,
police, right?
You have no
Chief,
authority in law enforcement
everybody
to
stated that she attacked me from behind,
demand-
right?
To demand
okay, there
a
it is.
criminal investigation when no crime was committed.
Did you say
That
criminal?
is an abuse of power, and that is why I reported you to the Department of Justice, Kathy.
Okay.
For abusing your power in your position of a councilwoman.
Said a criminal, or I said I want an
It
investigation?
says criminal here because it was a criminal investigation that you try to force
change it?
everybody to come after me. Because if it was not a criminal investigation,
has put me-
why did you send it to the DA?
she had-
you sent
it
it
doesn't
because
matter.
you wanted them to
Okay,
come after
all I
me.
got to say,
the
Chief,
DA kicked it
look at
back
she won't shut up because
there
she don't
is
want
no
people to
such
hear.
crime committed.
Chief, can you get on the microphone? Chief, everybody here saw that she attacked me from behind, right,
Nobody
Chief?
attacked you.
Did she,
No.
Chief? You said everybody admitted it, right?
The report was already done,
Right?
Kathy.
Right? Okay, there it is.
The
There it
report
is.
was already, of course, keep abusing your power, Kathy.
Kathy,
Keep
calm down.
abusing that
You have the right
power.
to accuse her
Because that is what you do.
for doing that.
Demand, push and push and push and push and push, meeting after meeting that you're
Excuse
here
me.
at City Hall.
That's
always
it. That's
constantly.
it. The chief said it. Everybody
constantly-
admitted you attacked me.
Constantly
Chief
at
admitted
City
it.
Hall.
There it is.
Demanding.
Can we
Can't-
just stop already,
But,
please?
stop because I'm saying it. But you guys were over here going back at, no, you were the one that started all this.
Please.
So let me
Please vote.
finish. I had the opportunity to speak.
So
You guys
please.
did not give me that opportunity. All you guys kept doing is trying to get me to stop. So say what I need to say for the public to know exactly what you guys are doing.
Please,
You're
I wish
abusing
I
your
wa-
authority.
No.
That is why we're having the situation that we're having. And hopefully by the end of this month, it gets resolved and everything comes to light.
I
Because
hope
it
so.
will. Because you guys are abusing your power. That no one in the past has any council has been the way you guys have been.
What,
You
because
want to
we ask
go
questions?
meet with
Because we
attorneys
ask
on the
Using
side
the power
and coming
when
and putting
you're
an
telling people you
agenda,
could only talk 5
a
minutes.
contract
That's
on
abuse
the
of power.
agenda
Okay.
that says that you want to hire this attorney when nobody even discussed it in open session for the council to even approve
How
such an
can we
act.
do that if we
and
can
It's
have
exactly the way she had a secret meeting with
you
with the
put
GSA. Exactly.
You did not recommend, you did not recommend to put an attorney for a second opinion. You put a agency, what is the name of the agency here that you put
Okay.
on the agenda?
On your
And
contract, Neil.
may I finish?
Neil,
Okay, may
on
I
your
finish?
contract. I know what I did.
May I finish?
I know what I did.
May I finish?
I know what I did.
May I finish?
Everything that comes out of her is lies.
Neil,
May I? Janie,
Neil,
Are,
Neil.
again, this is what they do.
On your
Exactly that.
would like me to respond to
Please do, because she thinks she's the attorney now.
Well, I am not an attorney. I am not an
Yeah,
attorney,
you
and
do
I'm
act
not,
like
I
one.
don't pretend to be one. So I don't know. I mean, I don't even want.
nobody's
Maria, she's in the box.
Number
Nobody
one.
is
Maria,
threatening
she's
her
in the box.
because
Okay.
they're
Neil,
advising them that
Neil?
their actions are going
I-
to they're going to have consequences. That's what.
I mean, I don't know
No.
what to say.
So Ashlier and Widener, who is that? So when did you meet with them, huh?
I'm letting you talk. I'm letting you
That
talk.
when did you meet? Because that is you already making side agreements with other side agreements, because it's not council who makes these contacts when we're looking for a potential contract. We do an RFP and we get people to put their proposals in. There is no such thing of a council member that will meet with a contractor or an attorney or an engineer, and that is what is happening here. All these side contract agreements or whatever negotiations are making with these people, just like the way she did it with Greenbrier, where they all met with them on the side, that is what is continuously happening here. You guys continue to do that when you don't have the authority to go be meeting and making these deals and putting it on the agenda for the rest of the council to approve. That is not how it works. So this is why I did, and I am going to report that as well.
Are you done?
I am.
Please.
I did.
Please.
I already did. I said I deported it already, everything to the Department of Justice. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. Are we?
Okay, so we're going into we're going to
Okay.
closed session. Neil, can you go on with the closed session? No, we're not going back and forth. Closed session item, please. Thank you.
I have a announcement from a prior closed session for November 16th. We had on that closed session agenda a conference with the labor negotiator relative to the MOU for the Peace Officers Association. In that closed session, council directed that it would be agreeable to a particular version of the MOU, which we subsequently proposed to the POA. The POA has now agreed to the version that we have proposed. We will be executing that MOU, and there's no further activity required by the council. So it will be executed. We had to wait until today to announce that because the deal hadn't been closed. So that's the announcement from that closed session. On your current closed session, you have 2 items of potential litigation.
On the potential litigation? Hearing none? Okay, well, closing And there's nothing to report. Meeting adjourned.
If you do it on Monday, that way we can do a special